if you're watching on any of the platforms, as always, give me a moment to get my other stream up, and we should be on live momentarily. If I can get this equipment going, don't know what I just did there, but there we go. Okay, we're going to be talking about um, President Trump wants to end birthright citizenship, and of course, you've probably heard that there is information on a I guess I'll just say a participant, for lack of a better term. But there is new information on a participant from January 6th. So we're going to be talking about both of those. But give me a minute to get my other streams up, and we'll have a Friday night politics session momentarily. So bear with me, and good evening as you folks begin filtering in. Hopefully, everybody had a good week. And don't know what I'm hitting here, but let me turn that off. But hopefully, everybody had a good week. And hopefully, your life was a little bit less chaotic than the political arena that we've come to know and love. That's what's going on right now. There's a few topics. Um, the January 6th participant is not all we're going to talk about tonight, but we have to discuss this because it goes against a long-standing narrative that we've often been talking about. So we gotta discuss this as well. So don't know what the fuck is this thing is deciding to do. God damn it. Let's see here. I'm trying to get out of this thing, but okay. You try to get on here, and the electronics nowadays wants to do its own thing. But give me a minute, I'll be up and ready. We're going to be on Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and Facebook. Okay. And we're going to be also talking about President Trump wants to end birthright citizenship. I'm curious to see how you folks feel about that. That's been around for a long time. Birthright citizenship is nothing new. I think it's been around for at least 100 years or more. That if you're born on U.S. soil, you're entitled to citizenship. Trump wants to end that. So we're going to discuss that. There's obviously a lot of people in favor of what he's doing, and there's people against what he's doing. I want to talk to you folks in regards to how and why you favor or do not favor that, and how that might benefit America if it remains, if it's taken away. So we're going to talk about all of that. Okay, I think we're good enough to make the program work now, and we'll go ahead and start the live in 3, 2, and 1. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal, depending on who you ask. Happy Friday to all you folks as another week comes to a conclusion. I know I myself am quite tired. I had a busy work week at my day job, and I'm quite happy that this fucking week is over with so I can get a couple of days rest. And before we get into the actual topic of politics, and I will say, as a Chicago Bears fan, I get to see a nice treat. Chicago Bears playing the Packers with I don't want to say an expectation of victory, but a real chance of victory for the first time in a long time. The Packers have the Bears number, so you normally expect the Bears to lose anytime they play the Packers. And I believe they're going to be expected to lose on Sunday, but this is one of those times where it's a realistic chance that they may win that game. So I'm very, very excited, very, very excited about that as well. Nevertheless, we're going to get into the actual topics. As you guys are probably are aware, we're going to, just to avoid saying PIP, bomber, over and over again, which may trigger the censors on some of these apps. We're going to just keep saying the January 6th participant. So you know what we mean when we say January 6th participant. We're talking about this African American gentleman here that was a participant of something on January 6th. He's just been arrested, and apparently he has confessed to his deeds. Now, I want you to hear. We always come with receipts and things we like to talk to you. Now, this is Judge Jeanine Pirro. You're probably aware of who she is. Listen, she's a conservative. She's on the Trump administration now. She's the U.S. attorney, but she also U.S. Attorney General. But she also was on Fox News, and she's had her own thing going on for quite a while. She's been a media star for quite a while. But everybody, I think most of us who are in political circles, talk politics online, I think everybody kind of knows who Judge Jeanine Pirro is. So, and thank you for the happy Friday there, Ryan. Appreciate that. But I think we're all aware of who Judge Jeanine Pirro is. Now, she's going to give you this is a quick clip, but it'll tell you how they knew they had the right guy in this suspect. But I want you to hear something else that comes from the reporter that interviewed her right after she states how they caught this guy.
In my mind, they were on the right path when it was clear that the cell phone was pinging in the exact locations where we had the video of the suspect walking along the area. Everywhere he walked, his cell phone was pinging at the cell tower. So it is unmistakable that he was the guy who was walking along and placing those items.
She sure knows how to give a good interview. She knows exactly what we want to hear as viewers, for sure. So let's talk about what else investigators are doing now to prove a motive. And also, we mentioned that the accused suspect was angry about the 2020 election, thought it was fraudulent.
Now, listen to what he says here. Now, you heard her preface it by saying she also has heard that this suspect was angry about the 2020 election. I'll rewind it a couple seconds, but I want you to hear from the reporter here of what he's saying that Judge Jeanine Pirro told him. This is important.
About the 2020 election, thought it was fraudulent.
Well, the judge also talked about that. She said there was evidence that he was frustrated about the 2020 election. She also acknowledged that he is talking. She acknowledged that on camera that he is talking to investigators. She would not go as far as to say exactly that they know an exact motive. She said the investigation is still underway. It's clear that there's more work to be done. But she said he was an equal opportunity bomber in that, emphasizing that he placed bombs at both the RNC and the DNC headquarters.
So the point we're trying to make, this is the point I want to make. Because ever since January 6th took place, many folks have been suggesting that this cannot be an insurrection. After all, there were no weapons present. No weapons. So it can't be an insurrection if there were no weapons present there that day. Well, we got a guy who now has explosives. I guess I would ask the obvious question to start to show off. Do you consider explosives as a weapon? He is there that day planting explosives. So for folks who suggest that there was no weapons there that day, Judge Jeanine Pirro kind of spills the beans by suggesting that this guy was upset about the 2020 election. So he's there, he's angry about the 2020 election, and he is planting bombs. So does that change the narrative of anyone suggesting this cannot be an insurrection because there is no weapons? This guy clearly had a lethal, I want to say a lethal device, but he had several lethal devices, plural. So that kind of blows that narrative out, that there was no weapons present there that day. Looking in the comments, someone says, is a bomb your right to arms? I don't get the way you're phrasing that. But this individual certainly showed up upset about the 2020 election, which is why everybody was there. That's the whole purpose of the protest, is that President Trump, Steve Bannon, Rudolph Giuliani, Miller, and all the rest of these folks had convinced them that the 2020 election was fraudulent. I mean, that's what they were saying, stop the steal, things of that nature. Now, I'm going to be looking forward to talking to a lot of MAGA on this in the comments, kind of why I have the TikTok set to members. But I want to hear from MAGA on this, because MAGA has been saying over and over again that this can't be an insurrection because there were no weapons present there that day. Does this change that narrative, considering that this guy had bombs? He has confessed that he is the one that was doing this and stated that he was not happy with the 2020 election. So he fits the narrative of everybody else that was out there. They all were not happy with the 2020 election. So we're certainly going to be tackling that from that standpoint. I want to hear from you folks. And, the crazy thing, because it took 5 years to catch this guy. I had somebody ask me, why do you think it took 5 years? I'm like, shit, they didn't expect to find a black guy. I mean, I don't think there was 5 black people there. You show up and you're planting bombs? Really? What are the only black guys and you're planting bombs? So maybe that's why it took so long. Nobody believed that an African American would be doing something like this. I'm just joking, because he's obviously the actual suspect. But weapons makes it an insurrection, yes or no? Now, in addition to that, there's a couple other topics I want to talk to you about. I think you've heard about this one, and I want to just get your opinion on it. President Trump has been pushing it since he became the 47th commander-in-chief.
The Supreme Court has announced it will be taking up a birthright citizenship case in 2026. The issue, the Trump administration's order that children born on U.S. soil to parents who are in the country temporarily or without legal authorization will be denied U.S. citizenship. The 14th Amendment in the Constitution says all persons born or naturalized in the United States are citizens. The Supreme Court's decision on the case will be announced before June of next year, when the court's term ends. The Supreme Court has announced.
Why do you think he wants to overturn it? That's been around for over 100 years. What is the purpose of overturning birthright citizenship? I'd be curious to know, because it's been around for so long. I mean, has it been harmful to America? Will getting rid of it be beneficial to America? Why would President Trump want to get rid of birthright citizenship, considering how long it has been around? And this last one, we're going to talk about birthright citizenship, and I want to hear your opinion on this, certainly from the MAGA standpoint. Facts Only says they want the cheap labor without letting their children become citizens. Wow. So you come to America, you do all kinds of cheap labor, but you're never going to be a citizen and you have to go home? What do you want them to be, 3/5 of a human being or something like that? Wow. Looking in the comments real quick, black guys going to do black guy stuff. What are you saying, that planting bombs, Grandmaster Enclave, that's black guy stuff? Really? I don't know about that one. But this last one I want to talk to you on as well, because I think this one is, to me, it's comical, but I'll certainly play it and we'll end up discussing it.
About the strikes on September 2nd, which were righteous strikes. These are narco-terrorists who are trafficking drugs that are destined for the United States to kill thousands of Arkansans and millions of Americans. The first strike, the second strike, and the third and the fourth strike on September 2nd were entirely lawful and needful, and they were exactly what we'd expect our military commanders to do.
What exactly did you see in terms of the video of the second strike? Were there survivors?
I saw 2 survivors trying to flip a boat loaded with drugs down for the United States, back over so they could stay in the fight. And potentially, given all the context we heard, of other narco-terrorist boats in the area coming to their aid to recover their cargo and recover those narco-terrorists. And just like you would blow up a boat off of the Somali coast or the Yemeni coast, and you'd come back and strike it again if it still had terrorists and it still had explosives or missiles, Admiral Bradley and Secretary Head said exactly what we would expect them to do.
So this is Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas stating that he's seen the video. This is the double tap, if you haven't figured that out by now, but this is the double tap conversation. Now you hear him say that he's seen the video. He's seen both strikes. So he did see the second strike as well. He is indicating that after the boat was hit with the first strike, he saw two survivors attempting to flip the boat back over, put the drugs back in it, and continue their journey to the United States. First question, is that even possible? Is that even possible to take a motorized boat, hit it with a missile, have the inhabitants flip it back over by hand, and have the boat still capable of making a 1,000-mile journey? Is that even possible? I mean, like I said, I promised you that this video was going to be kind of comical. That's what he is saying, that they were going to attempt to flip the boat back over, put the drug. So what the hell did the missile do? You hit this boat with a missile. You killed multiple people on, only leaving two survivors. The two survivors were going to try to flip the boat back up, right side up, put the drugs back in it. So I guess the drugs were not destroyed either. So the drugs are intact. The boat is intact and capable of traveling 1,000 nautical miles at sea. So the missile just killed a few of the people on board. Does any of this make sense? Does any of this make sense to you? Because, hey, listen, it sounds to me like Tom Cotton might be full of fecal matter, but I do want to hear from you folks. So those are going to be our topics today. We're going to be talking about ending birthright citizenship, whether or not, due to the fact that bombs were present on January 6th, does that now officially deem it as an insurrection, considering that MAGA often states it cannot be an insurrection if there were no weapons present? And let me just add something to that conversation. There's video footage of guys carrying pistols there. In fact, one guy pulled up his shirt and showed a reporter present on January 6th that he was carrying a pistol. So there are other weapons there, but we're not going to discuss it. We're going to discuss the actual individual that got caught today, because that is what MAGA has been saying from day one, is that this cannot be an insurrection because there were no weapons present. Well, now we have the FBI telling us somebody had bombs, and you have the guy confessing, and you got the attorney general, or whatever, the U.S. attorney, rather. You got the U.S. attorney, Judge Jeanine Pirro, admitting that he confessed, had the weapons, and they have the right guy. So I want to hear from you folks. What do you think? Is it officially an insurrection now? So you guys know how the program is ran. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. I cannot find my beloved MAGA. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. This program is always an open forum. We are always MAGA friendly. Nevertheless, liberals are welcome as well. Our comments do stretch from being left of Bernie Sanders to all the way to I'm having dinner with Q. So you're going to hear comments from all sides of the political spectrum. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. You can be critical of anybody on this program, including me. That's how free speech works. You get to say what you want to say, with a few exceptions. We don't want to trigger the app, so we don't want people going crazy with the N-word and shit like that. But for the most part, we don't censor free speech on this channel. So looking in the comments, lots of mundane things can become weapons. That is true. Someone in the, Susie says a lot of mundane things can become weapons. But I guess the immediate response I would ask you is, do you believe a pipe, B-O-M-B, try not to say the word too many times on this program, but do you believe that is a mundane thing? I mean, this guy was caught with actual, and by the way, they stated that these were viable weapons. These are weapons that they just weren't triggered, but these were working bombs. Do you refer to that as a mundane thing? Because you say lots of mundane things can become weapons. This is an actual bomb, a few of them. They aren't survivors anymore, LOL. No, they're not survivors anymore. Donald Trump hates Somalis. Is that what you're saying there, Ryan? Well, he certainly don't like them. I mean, he certainly referred to them as garbage, so we'll leave that at that. Trump gave a blanket pardon to all. I don't believe that's the case, Reeves. I don't believe he gave up. I believe he pardoned those who had been convicted, those who had been charged. Some of them were not incarcerated anymore, but I think he convicted. He didn't just say anybody that was present on January 6th can get a pardon. There's actual names. So this guy was not part of that. So this guy does not have a pardon from Trump. Leading to the obvious question, do you think Trump will pardon him? Do you think that that's likely to happen? So let me go straight to the box. We'll start it out with the one and only Gen X. Fuck around and find out. Good evening, Gen X. Long time no here. What's up, man?
What's up, brother?
Shit. So what do you think? Is it officially an insurrection now that we actually have an individual, according to a Republican FBI, stating that he was armed? What say you?
You mean the white guy that CNN said?
CNN didn't get it right. Hey, CNN didn't get it right. They may have confused him with a Dominion voting machine, if you know what I mean. But what about the fact that this guy had a weapon on him? Are we now past the point of suggesting that there were no weapons present there that day?
Well, that's, I mean, who had the weapon? The right or the left?
He was leaving weapons behind, according to Judge Janine Pirro. He had the weapon. Plural, right. Weapons.
If he's a lefty, the right didn't have any weapons.
Well, he according to Judge Janine Pirro, he was upset about the election being stolen. You think the left would have laid bombs down because they were upset the election was stolen from Trump?
100%.
Why would they do that? Why would a liberal?
They would want us to think, or they would want the public to think, that this was a right-wing thing. And no, I'm sorry. They tried to paint him as a white guy first. Now they're trying to paint him as MAGA, and I guarantee he's not MAGA.
Who else was present there that day that believed that the election was stolen from Trump, was upset about it, but were not MAGA? Who else was upset about it?
All of us.
When you say all of us, are you saying that Democrats were also upset that the election was stolen from Trump?
No. That's not what I'm saying. The MAGA was upset about that, but the Democrats had every reason to fucking false flag and do something and blame it on MAGA.
Why would you show up to an event with thousands of angry MAGA and basically risk your life to do that? Because all of these folks are already angry at Biden. They're angry at the liberals. You're going to try to false flag this and show up that's like saying Black Lives Matter was there that day. I mean, you're not going to show up and get involved in a crowd like that to do this.
Exactly.
Is it possible?
Exactly.
Let me ask it to you this way. Are you suggesting that it is 100% impossible that he could have been MAGA?
No, I would never say that, because nothing's 100% impossible. But I will say that it's very, very unlikely that he's MAGA.
Why do you believe it's so unlikely, I guess is what I'm wondering.
Because it took 5 years to catch him. If he was MAGA and they knew he was MAGA, the FBI's got a lot of information. They would have got him when Biden was in the fucking office, and they would have grabbed him and said, we got a MAGA that did this and did that. Why would they wait 5 fucking years?
Well, who knows how the investigation was going? I mean, I don't know if they waited 5 years or it took the investigation. I mean, you do know cases do become cold. They solve murders after years. This wouldn't be the first time a cold case got solved.
Oh, I get that. I get that 100%.
So that's the only reason you believe that he's not MAGA is because it took 5 years to solve it?
Yep, 100%. He's not MAGA. There ain't no way. When they first put out the fucking report, they said a 30-year-old white man. He's obviously not white.
But you're going solely by the fuck up at CNN. That wasn't happening media wide. That's one network. That's one network. You say they. I don't even think MSNBC did anything like that. That is one network that screwed that up.
And
just because one network screwed it up don't mean everybody else thought he was a white guy. I mean, I'll give you an example. Fox News paid $750 million for lying about the 2020 election. That's one network. Every network didn't lie about the 2020 election. That's one network. So, I mean, blame CNN for originally saying he was a white guy, but that's one network. That's not the whole liberal party, for instance.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. And let me say this. I talk a lot of shit in your chats and this and that. You know I troll the shit out of your chats.
I don't always have time to watch. I do hear about you. I know when you're there because you pissing off viewers that come on here. But listen, this is a free speech network.
Let me say this. All the shit that I say and all the propaganda that I drop, I do not in any way, shape, or form include Miss Mo Better on that. Because I think she is a very fair individual. She's got her own opinions that I don't agree with, 100% don't agree with. But when I went into her chat, she's a total lady, and I appreciate.
Who are you suggesting that watches this fine program weekly that is not fair?
King Finn, Michael, Denkow.
Right.
They're horrible people. They're fucking scumbag racists.
How?
Oh.
Next time they're on the program and they say something that you believe is racist, let me know in the comments. I don't see where the racist chants are coming from. I would like to hear them from you. What do you believe they're saying is racist? Because I need to know that. I haven't seen them. Listen, they point out racism. I know some folks believe that if you talk about racism, they're going to call you a racist. I mean, they did that to Martin Luther King, Jesse Jackson, Al Sharpton. In fact, every civil rights leader has been called a racist. I don't know, but let me know when they're saying something that's racist.
Fair enough. But Mike had a drunk white kid. This kid was like 22 or 23. He had a drunk white kid on his stream that he abused. And that's just, to me, was kind of fucked up, man.
How did he abuse him? What do you mean by abuse him?
He abused him. Oh, let us see your. The kid wasn't the cleanest guy around, but they exploited that.
I guess I'm trying to figure out how was he what he just beat him in a debate? What do you mean by abused him?
No, he exploited everything about this kid.
No.
Let me see your house. Turn your camera around. Can you shower? Let us help you shower. He even suggested soaps for the kid to use. And he didn't suggest good soaps. He suggested like Comet to clean his ass. I'm like,
wow,
dude.
Mike,
Really?
Mike, and this is a child. This is a child or an adult?
He's an adult, 22, 23, but still a kid compared to us, dude.
All
What,
right.
52? I'm 55.
Fair enough. Fair. I mean, listen, you get on the internet talking politics, shit happens. Thanks you for the laughing disco, Jermaine Bailey. Appreciate that. But I mean, okay, fair enough. But I mean, you said the guy's a racist, though.
Oh, yeah, Mike's a fucking 100% racist.
Yeah.
So is Queen Finn. Queen Finn is the biggest racist. Queen Finn said, dun, 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 when he comes in. I'm so glad he got rid of that. Because I used to listen to that and I'm like, you fucking homo. What the fuck are you doing?
My God. Okay, let's get back to the topics. You go off the deep rails sometimes, then Gen X. Let me ask you, Trump wants to end birthright citizenship. What say you?
End it. Get rid of it.
Why?
Why not?
It's been around for 100 years.
One good reason to keep it.
It's been around for 100 years. It has not been causing any problems in America. Why are we getting rid of it?
It hasn't been causing any problems in America. Let's fast forward to today.
Okay.
Obviously, it has.
How so?
Give me one good reason to keep it.
How is birthright citizenship causing problems today? Explain. Are you saying there's a bunch of terrorist babies growing up? What are they doing?
All right.
Oh, come on. God damn.
Oh, I got a violation
I
warning.
see. Oh, my
I'm
God.
getting reported.
So it's some haters out there, man. But let me, real quick, before we'll try to hold you for a minute. How is it, what damage is birthright citizenship causing?
Let's say you grow up in a family of gangsters.
Okay.
You're going to become a gangster. If you grow up in birthright citizenship, you're likely in an illegal home, and you're going to grow up learning illegal shit. Get rid of it.
Is that really common that a lot of babies born in America getting birthright citizenship are born in the home of gangsters?
Yeah.
What are you? I guess I wonder.
Maybe not gangsters, but in a lifestyle that abuses the American the American way.
I would have to see your evidence, and I do see Mike and Dencal. They are now in the program.
Okay, let me say this, Tim. Let me say this. Then I'm going to go because I don't want to get my my account
I get it.
I grew up in Little Italy.
Okay.
All my uncles and my grandfather, they were into not good shit. They were gangsters.
Okay.
I grew up thinking that was the right way to grow up. That was the acceptable way to be as a man. Okay. I moved away when I was 18, and I learned that that's not the right way to be. The right way to be as a man is to get back to your society, to do good shit, to not fucking judge people by the color of their skin.
Yeah, but think about what you said. If you grow up in a home, if you get birthright citizenship, and as a child you grew up in a home full of gangsters, you're gonna grow up to be bad. What about all of them that grow up in a home full of hardworking immigrants? I mean, more immigrants in this country are hardworking, damn near peasants than they are gangsters.
Really? So the 73% of Somalians in Minnesota that don't work are hardworking people? No, I don't think so.
They absolutely are not gangsters.
They're not fucking hardworking citizens either.
I think the 73% number is inaccurate, to be honest with you. I don't think that's accurate. You're telling me 73% of the Somali population in Minnesota are unemployed.
73% of Somalian men are on welfare. I'm sorry. 54% of Somalian men are on welfare. 73% of women are on welfare.
And you're saying because of that, that makes them what type of... Are you agreeing with Trump when he referred to them as garbage?
Yeah, they're garbage. Throw them out, get rid of them, fuck them.
Okay, what makes a person... Does simply being on welfare make you... What? Whoa, big dog! Thank you. Appreciate that. Showing up with the graphics. So
welfare does not make you garbage.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to figure out. What's making them garbage?
If you take advantage of the system and you stay on welfare for fucking 8, 10, 12 years because you're too fucking lazy to work and think and make a fucking future for yourself, yeah, that makes you a scumbag.
So you believe that the Somalis have been on welfare for an extended period of time at a high rate?
I don't believe that. They are. That's the truth.
I have not seen that. Okay, so in other words, at worst, they are here and they're not, in your opinion, they're not carrying their own weight and they're on the system. Are they doing anything else other than simply being on welfare for an extended period of time you're talking about? You're saying they're not working. Is there any other offense they're committing for you to suggest they're garbage, or is that the only offense?
No, that's the offense that I see. That's the offense that leads me to my conclusion. And let me go a step further. Tim, 15 years ago, I got out of prison. I didn't have shit. Nothing, Tim.
Okay.
I spent almost 14 years in prison. Today, I own 7 properties, and I laugh when Queen Finn says, "Go back to your fucking trailer park." I actually own 2 properties in a trailer park, but I own 2 properties in a trailer park and several outside. Dude, you can make it as an American if you focus and do the shit you need to do to fucking get ahead.
I don't disagree with that, but just because you made it don't mean that there were unnecessary. There doesn't mean that there were not unnecessary hurdles in the way. You can make it sometimes in spite of things that were put there to prevent you from making it. Like, for instance, if you've done 15 years in the system, you know personally that the system puts unnecessary hurdles to make it harder for you to correct your life and become a working American, an established. You know that yourself, that the system wants you back behind bars. They don't want you to fix your life up. You've done it in spite of the system, not because of the system. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely, Tim. Absolutely. And I look at your comments, white tea privilege. Man, please. Whatever. Dude, stop being jealous of me and go out and do better for your fucking self. Now, Mike, let me tell you something about Mike. He's into international commerce, which I kind of understand and I'm kind of into also.
Okay.
I've wanted to reach out to him because I think we can make a lot of money together, but he's so fucking racist. I'm like, fuck that, dude.
I haven't heard Mike say anything. I would like to know what you're telling me he said to indicate he's racist. He points out.
I research everyone I talk to. Anyone I bullshit with, I research. I kind of know your background. I know Mike's background. King Finn's a fucking loser. He ain't done shit. He's a fucking hood rat. But Mike is kind of a fucking a good guy. He's a smart businessman. This man has made a bit of wealth off of international trade and a couple of other things. I'm not going to put him on Front Street, but yeah, dude.
All right. Well, obviously, these individuals are going to be coming up on the show. I'm quite interested to see if they have a disagreement with what you're saying, which I expect them to. But all right, Gen X. I don't know the racism part. Like I said, I'm dying because I've heard Mike point out issues in society that are intolerant or racist in nature, but I haven't heard him suggest. If you had said it about Gangsta Grandma, I would have been more willing to hear what you said. I don't see where Mike is racist like that. I don't.
I'll tell you what. You want great numbers? I'll come up with Gangsta Grandma on Saturday tomorrow. Set it. Set the fucking date. I don't care who you say. I will kick your ass. Use a goddamn blocker.
Oh my God. Oh my God. All right, Gen X, I'm gonna move it on. I will certainly make that happen. If Gangsta Grandma gives the approval, I will put you guys vinegar and baking soda all together and let you fizz all over the show. I gotta move it on. Gen X, appreciate you coming through. Thanks for talking.
Brother, have a good night, man.
You too.
Man.
You too.
Have a great weekend.
Fair enough. Appreciate it. Gen X is a friend of the show. Gen X is one of my original callers. Gen X has been calling it. He's MAGA. He's a boy that's very proud, if you know what I mean. He's been around for a few years. Gen X is a friend of the show. Looking in the comments, Mike just calls out you non-racist support Trump's racism, says 40 Great. Looking in the comments, Gangsta Grandma hates Donald Trump. I don't doubt that, Ryan. I don't doubt that at all. Why should our tax dollars go to someone that does not want to work? Listen, I don't know why that should be either, but when we're bailing out other countries, you don't think it's kind of the same thing? I mean, you don't think money over there is being abused? I think everybody got their own opinion of where tax dollars should go. To me, I'll tell you something. I would rather our tax dollars go to an American that's not working than bailing out Argentina. I mean, there's a bunch of things I would rather a person in America that's not pulling his own weight. Because remember, we're supposed to be about America first. We're supposed to be taking care of Americans first. I don't know how Argentina got in that and some of these other countries. So, I mean, everybody got their own opinion of where tax dollars should go, but I would rather a lazy ass American get student loans covered, if you need SNAP or whatever, fucking healthcare. I would rather it go to an American than somebody else abroad. That's my opinion. Looking in the comments here real quick. Tap the screen, by the way. Get the likes on up to 20,000. Let your thumbs not be lazy. I don't know what's going on with my YouTube. Let me make sure the chat is moving. There we go. What aboutism now, Tim? You just deflect and spin. Draco, what did I say that's a whataboutism? Let me know there, Drake, and I'll see if I can correct it. All praises, you wouldn't know the truth if you tripped on it. So Gen X called everyone else racist, but then called someone a homo. He did do that. I think he called Mike a homo. He says he claims immigrants grow up in crime, then explains how he grew up in crime and changed. He literally is defeating his own points. That's an interesting point Caesar makes, is that Gen X did point out he grew up in crime and he was able to turn his life around. So why should we kick out immigrants that may have grown up in a family where crime is present? Because perhaps they could turn their lives around as well. That's a great point, Caesar. Like the Somalis who stole. Oh, Draco, so you're saying you said like the Somalis who stole $8 billion. I don't look. I believe that because maybe I'm getting this wrong, but I'm just going to say when I get information from Trump that features numerals, I always believe that those numbers might be exaggerated. So if Trump says Somalis in Minnesota stole $8 billion, I'm going to automatically assume the 8 billion number is exaggerated. That's just what he does. So I would need to see where else this $8 billion number that's being stolen. And by the way, how many Somalis are involved in this? Because we're damning a whole population. Did all of the Somalis in Minnesota participate in this alleged theft of billions of dollars? Because we're blaming the entire group of people for it. So there's always that as well. Let me go back to the box. We'll go ahead and move it on with Dencal. Appreciate your support there too as well, Dencal, on the show. We're talking about, well, first of all, we're talking about banning birthright citizenship. President Trump wants to do it. But I also want to ask you, now that they've admitted that this individual on the screen here planted bombs near the Capitol on January 6th, in front of DNC, in front of the RNC headquarters, because a lot of folks amongst MAGA say it could not have been an insurrection because there were no weapons present there that day. Now that this guy was clearly carrying a few lethal devices, can we now officially say that that was an insurrection on January 6th? What say you, Dencal? Good evening.
Good evening. But I'm not going to use this one particular situation to determine whether it was an insurrection. Because insurrection doesn't say, the definition doesn't say you have to have weapons, artillery there for it to be an insurrection.
Right.
If you try to commandeer the process, of American.
So your point is your point is what they did was an insurrection, regardless if there were weapons there or not.
Right. I'm not going to let them use that. The same way that they're not going to tell me that we're at war with some damn farmers that's on a fucking boat that's coming across the ocean that we don't know where they're going and they ain't got no fucking weapons and they're going to say we at war with them. Does a war have to have weapons?
No.
Does a war have to have weapons? Why in the hell are we bombing people in the middle of the ocean with no fucking weapons?
Well,
can we call it a war? He hasn't designated it a war and went to Congress and called it a war, but we still keep flip-flopping on we using these words to like say what? Like this dude is they talking about, well, they're bringing all of these drugs into the country and blah blah blah. Okay, well, how about we start looking at the pew pew manufacturers and say they pushing all of these things into our country. We got an epidemic of pew pew violence in this country, and these people are producing them and pushing them into our country. Can we start blowing them up? Can the Smith and Wesson plant be targeted by drones right now?
I think, and that's the point we made on yesterday's show, is that America can, call out these countries for doing things that we would never want somebody calling us out for doing the same. So I do agree with that. And by the way, folks, I just want to ask real quick, tap the screen, get us up to 25,000. If you currently are watching us on Facebook, Instagram, and or TikTok, feel free to follow the program. If you're watching on YouTube, give your boy a sub. We're here most weekdays. This is uncensored programming from all sides of the aisle. So I like your point, then, Cal, in suggesting that we're not going to let them define what an insurrection is. And I agree with that, but I just want that route because they were saying that not having weapons makes this impossible for it to be an insurrection. So what you saying you're not going to let them define it, let me ask it to you this way. Do you now also agree weapons were present there that day?
Well, I know they were present because we seen and I heard the communications prior to them going down to the Capitol, where they were trying to, where President Trump tried to tell them to take down the magnetometers because they were armed people, and he said, "Well, they're not trying to hurt me, so let them in." So we know that there were actual weapons. So once I understand that, I don't have to go back and forth with people talking about, well, there wasn't no weapons, I didn't see nothing. And we know that dang on Capitol Police got beat half to death with flag poles and sticks.
Why do you think? Something. I am. Now that you reminded me of this, because I am aware that Trump wanted to take down the magnetometers, which are what scans you for metal and weapons and guns. Why do you think he would want to do that? Why would he want the crowd at his protest, where he's in front of them, to not be checked for metal devices and weapons? Why do you think he would even want that?
Because he knew they weren't there for him. He was running his own personal militia that day.
So he knows they're not there.
He knew that there wasn't no. He knew that there was no National Guard down there, which he kept saying. I tried to tell him to go down there. So he knew that there were no National Guard and nobody to protect him but the regular people at the Capitol. And he said, all of y'all, let's go down there and fight for this damn country, or you ain't gonna have a country left.
Well, he said go peacefully and patriotically too, though, right?
You're something else.
He said go peacefully and patriotically.
Yeah, okay. Look, if I got a crew with me, and we gonna do something bad to a bank, and I say, look, we gonna do this, but look, I don't want nobody to get hurt. If somebody run up in there and plop somebody, can I now say, well, look, I told them I didn't want nobody to get hurt.
That is not only a really good point. That is real world stuff. There's a lot of people that are doing long double-digit football years in prison. That exact example happened. They did something and they did not intend for somebody to be hurt. I just wanted to rob this person, or we just wanted to teach them a lesson. There's a ton of people that are in jail for that.
I said, I didn't want to hurt nobody. Look, I was just driving the car. I didn't even know it was about to happen. They jumped in the car and said I robbed the place and take off. Guess what? You going to jail with them too.
It's a good point.
I don't want to hear this stuff. Look, this damn Gen X need to turn down the oxygen level on his tanks, man.
Now, now you are aware. Gen X says you and Mike.
Yeah, I know it, but he kind of took me out of the shit when he was trying to make examples because there is no examples of me being racist. I might tell the truth and I might reveal racism, but I'm not up here just being racist. I mean, I could, but that's not me. Yeah. That's not me. I'm just telling the truth.
Well, he went after Mike. He went after Mike pretty hard, and he went after King Finn even harder. I don't think King Finn is on the program tonight, but he really went after King Finn. Called him Queen Finn, so he really went after King Finn.
Right. And got the nerve to call himself a dang on somebody to be proud of, if you know what I mean. That dude. And what he was saying was bullshit about whoever was saying. Like, oh, the people that wasn't like he didn't pardon people that wasn't there. Bullshit. He pardoned Terrio.
Oh, you talking about the leader, yeah. But what you talking about Enrique? You talking about Enrique?
Yeah, he wasn't there. Don't tell me he didn't pardon nobody that wasn't actually there. And guess what? This guy you got on your screen in the back, he better get a pardon from Trump. He better get a pardon.
You want this guy pardoned just for equality purposes?
I don't want him pardoned, but if Trump is going to have consistency, this is somebody who was supporting him. He was pissed off because he thought Trump got the election stolen from him. That is textbook what the people was there for on January 6th that all got pardoned.
Well, you heard Gen X say that this guy is definitely not MAGA. I want to read this to you. I want you to take this. I'm getting this question in the comments. Draco says, he suggested that I'm trying to deflect. He says the question is, why did Biden's FBI not locate and arrest this guy for 4 whole years and Trump's FBI locates the guy in only 11 months? How do you? I mean, is that telling? Is there anything to that?
Look, I can't say whether there's something to it or not. I understand that sometimes investigations get held up for political reasons. Sometimes it's just hard to figure out, who the actual culprit was. We can never be able to tell. But what I will say, if it was so fucking simple, why did it take them damn near a year to figure it out?
I was just going to say that. And even though we're talking about it took Biden 4 months, it also took Trump's term 11 months as well. So clearly it wasn't that easy.
We still don't know what happened to JFK, RFK. We don't know MLK, Malcolm X. Like we get it. The government, the justice system has been corrupt from the beginning. We get that part. But don't get up there and did you see them at that press conference all kissing each other's ass? Oh my God, we were so great.
That's every press conference now, didn't count. Every press conference starts out with a montage of tributes to Trump. That's every press conference now.
That is so sickening to listen to them and then get up there and say, well, the people before us, they didn't do anything. And look, 90% of the people that work in the FBI and the CIA and all of those organizations, they still there. We seen a mix up in the upper echelon of people, but all of those rank and file people that been working on this case, I bet you they sitting there like, these mother.
Yeah, because when they say the people before us, meaning the Biden administration is ineffective, what you're saying is the people that helped you solve this case, they were part of that administration too. They don't change the whole FBI every time a new president gets in office.
Right. So they sitting there listening to these people come up, oh, Judge Janine, oh my goodness, Pam Bondi. And it was like, look, we were talking to each other on the phone at midnight talking about, we needed to get these arrest warrants and stuff. And we just worked so good together. And look, we just can't help but just praising Donald Trump for giving us the permission to pursue. I'm like, what the hell is they talking about? They have no understand what it's like to be rank and file in the government and to be working for the people of the United States. They don't work for the president. You work for the people. When you get information, you follow those leads. You figure out what's, Who's the
But
culprit?
if you make it look as though you feel like you're working for Trump, he tends to be rewarded. I guess they're trying to show the man loyalty. So that's what I'm seeing.
And I bet you them Gen X, I bet you he a damn slumlord. I'd like to talk to his tenants in them trailer parks. He talking about, I've got a couple of trailers that I'm in charge of. Dude, I just seen you about 6 months ago and you were so happy as hell that you got your damn he got a loan awarded to him. He was like, I'm so thankful that I got my loan awarded to me to buy my house.
I didn't know that, but I mean, listen, the guy been behind the wall for 15 years. So if what he is saying is true, that is a hell of a turnaround.
He's a piece of shit. Gen X need to be motherfucking deported like everybody else he talking shit about. He was raised in a piece of shit Italian fucking family that was all fucking criminals. Now he grow up and shit and he escaped the shit and now he talking about with them people, if they raised back criminals, they should all be out of here. Well then you fit in that category too. You're a piece of shit along with your family who was doing that same bullshit with all of them motherfuckers thinking they was Don Corleone. All of them was pieces of shit.
Well, according to the way he framed it, I guess you do have a point because that's what he said about other folks that grew up in criminal families. So if it applies to them,
yeah, fuck them. Yeah, he said fuck them.
Yeah.
Put them all out. Fuck them.
He did
Well,
say
I'm
that.
saying the same thing to him. Fuck you.
All right, Dick Cal, I'm just creating gangster grandmas all over the place tonight. Let's change the topic. Birthright citizenship. Trump wants to end that. Do you support Trump's efforts, because it's going before the Supreme Court now? We'll probably hear it over the spring, and it'll probably be decided upon come June of next year. Do you believe birthright citizenship should be ended? The 14th Amendment is part of the Constitution. Do you believe it should be ended?
No, I don't believe it should be ended. I think that would be a terrible precedent to set in this country if they say that you, like, if you were, we all understand, if you're born in this country, I don't give a shit what your parents' situation was, you become a citizen.
But what if your parents are here illegally, or let's say your parents came to visit?
It don't matter. That's how America was created. If you were born here, if you find a way to make it to the land of America, you become a fucking citizen by birth, not just by being here, because their parents don't become automatic citizens.
Right.
That is the way it was been. And it's so dang funny that you got Trump running around talking about nobody else should be able to do it. It was only black people that should be able to say that.
Well, the man is on record, didn't Cal, as saying he likes the blacks or loves the blacks. So, I mean,
well, tell that to all of the people that our unemployment rate is up to like 7.5 or 7.9. Tell them that, and tell the Somalian, the black people that live in Minnesota that's getting scooped up and asked where your fucking papers are because they black and they assume that they might be Somalian. Just tell all of those people who are getting their civil rights destroyed. Just tell that to the people that the Supreme Court just said, oh yeah, you can, if you look at them and they look like they might not be from here, you can go ahead and shake them down.
But according to Trump, and you heard what Gen X just said, there's a whole bunch of them that are sitting around just collecting dough. They're not working. They're not doing anything to pull their own weight.
What they don't understand immigrants like I do. Immigrants do not come over here and sit the fuck around. They talk shit about us as black Americans because we don't take advantage of all of the opportunities. They come here, they build businesses, they get their whole family involved, everybody gets involved. They don't sit around on welfare. That's bullshit. Of course, when they first get here, yes, they need a helping hand to get on their feet. But once they start generating income, they're not on welfare no more.
So why do you, if what you're saying is true, then why do you think Trump and MAGA see it exactly the opposite?
Because it fits their narrative. Everybody's mooching off the system. but he won't say anything about the 47% of people that's on SNAP. And this is not about being racist. It's white people. You can look it up. It's got nothing to do with me being racist. Where is the conversation about how do we get less than get them 47% off of welfare? Where's the conversation about that?
I think.
What's wrong? Where are those parents at, man? Where are those parents at that allowed their children and their grandchildren, because they generational welfare recipients in West Virginia, in Oklahoma, and Louisiana, and down south, right here where I'm at, in Georgia, and all over the South. They getting generational benefits living in the trailer park.
What about the notion that maybe there are people in America that just simply view an immigrant from Somalia or Mexico or Venezuela on welfare? They view them differently than maybe, let's say, a white person in rural America on welfare. Maybe the white person in rural America gets a pass of sorts, whereas the Venezuelan or someone is highlighted. I mean, is it possible that maybe we don't view all welfare recipients the same? Some people we can understand might need a little help. Others we don't think should get it.
Listen, I understand, and I agree with that. That is what we have been fed through propaganda, through the TV and through our phones, to believe that somehow they are worthy of those benefits, but other people that come here are not worthy. I get it. But if you live in a small town in West Virginia, and for your whole life, your grandparents, your parents, and everybody have lived off the mining, the coal mines. And then all of a sudden, we progress in society past coal, and then they start shutting down the coal mines. Now, everybody in your family, you don't even got to go to school. You could just go to, like 8th and 9th grade. You can get out and go to the mines, and then you can live a decent life because you're working at the coal mine. Those opportunities are not available for you anymore, and nobody's building no data centers, and they not building no automotive plants in your city or whatever. What are you going to do? You're going to get on public assistance because you ain't got shit else. And I'm not blaming them, because that's the exact same thing that black people do in the inner cities. They were raised on, well, I know from my perspective, they were raised on Detroit, the automotive manufacturer. Yeah. If you get a job at the big three, you automatically middle class. You ain't even got to get that much of education. You just know somebody in the plant, you get in there. Guess what? The manufacturer said we could do better by putting our plants down south. Well, we ain't got to pay them shit. We can take advantage of them. And then guess what happens to me now? I'm up here. Everybody don't got no education. Ain't no more plants. We need help from the government unless somebody can produce some other opportunities for us.
That's a good way. I mean, and that's happened in a lot of places.
They want to say, pick yourself up by the bootstraps. Ain't no motherfucking bootstraps. What we gonna do?
And that's a good example, because it's happened with steel mills and a lot of other, Cleveland has experienced that. Gary, Indiana, near Chicago. Yeah, it's happened in a lot of industries. So.
And now it's happening down south, because now these people even moving these plants from down south. They moving them overseas. So now even down south, they got the plant. They were feeling high on the hog and stuff. They was down here working for pennies and shit, and they thought they had it made. Now they done moved the plant and say, look, we can't fuck with y'all no more.
But then you should be celebrating Trump, because he's making them jobs come back, according to him.
Man, don't do I know you got a show to run.
I'm just saying, the man has gotten commitments that they're going to bring jobs back.
But that doesn't take away the fact that we don't see the plants. There's no, you can look at all of the white pages of all of the companies that's supposed to be bringing back these $20 trillion, and you don't see nothing. The only thing you see is the stuff from Biden's infrastructure bill that's being built and constructed right now. None of the stuff that Trump is talking about is being built. If anybody says, well, it's a data plant, that shit was planned 5-10 years ago. It was not planned after Trump became the president.
I gotta move it on, but give him time. Let him work his magic. It's only been 11 months.
No, I'm not giving him shit. He said.
How could you wait? He's the president. You sound like you got derangement syndrome. You won't give him a chance.
I'm talking about the same people. I'm talking about MAGA reaction. Jeremy, when we first started having this conversation, we became the president. What did they say? Well, we got to give him a little time. Yeah. We said, how much time should we give him if he said on day one? Well, give him 6 months. Give him a year. Now we had a year, and guess what they're saying? Well, it's only been a year. That's bullshit. These plants are not being built. Manufacturing is not coming back, and the unemployment numbers are going through the fucking roof, and that's why Trump won't let those numbers be publicized. They can keep saying what they want to, but I'm not stupid, and it ain't got shit to do with racism.
I'll leave it at that. Didn't count. Spirited conversation. Always a pleasure, man. Thank you. All right, moving on with the program. By the way, tap the screen. Get us on up to, we should be around 35,000. Tap the screen, make that happen. His first year is almost over. Cut the bullshit, Tim says. Alter Ego. Jay Haynes, thank you for the super chat, says, this dude got it twisted. Immigrants are only benefiting from Black Americans' work. That's the black jobs, I suppose. They can't call us lazy. They only here because of our fight. Jay, that's almost kind of like a riddle. I'm trying to, okay, you're saying that my last caller had it twisted. I understand that clear as day. You're saying that the immigrants are only benefiting from Black Americans' work. So you're kind of following right into that category of they're doing black jobs. Who I don't know if I agree with that, Jay. And I do appreciate your support and you tuning into the show, but I don't know if I agree that they're only doing Black Americans' work. Because when I see immigrants, they're picking crops. They're changing, they're doing maid service, changing beds and things like that in hotels, picking fruits. They're doing roofing work, construction. I don't know about that being a black job. I don't know if blacks want those jobs. I don't see those as black jobs. Now, there was a time in American history where we did not have an illegal immigration problem. Are we suggesting that those jobs were all being done by blacks back then? Maybe, maybe not. I'm just going to say I don't believe in 2025. If you get rid of illegal immigrants, the work they used to do is going to be filled by black people. I do not believe that. I do not. Listen, I'm not climbing on a hot ass roof and laying tiles in the sun. I'm not going to do it. Look how fucking black I am. I'm not going to. I'm not climbing and picking fruits out of trees. I'm not picking watermelons out of the ground. I'm not doing that. You can call me white. My name just suddenly changed from Tim to Todd. I'm not doing it. So I don't know. I don't quite know if those are black jobs. I think you might find that modern day African Americans are a little bit different than maybe they were, a century or so ago. Anyway, looking in the comments, there are many black men and women are professionals that these people are not qualified to get. I see it more like that. Tap the screen, get us up to 30,000. Let me go to the next caller. We even voted Trump knowing it could get worse before it got better. Something, I don't totally believe that you voted for Trump knowing it could get worse before it got better. I believe you voted for Trump because he was promising good shit and we believed it would happen. I was one who believed when he said he could end the war in 24 hours. I was one that believed that he had a favorable relationship with Putin and could end the Ukrainian war pretty quickly. I don't know about 24 hours, but it would have certainly been ended by now. I personally, as someone who did not vote for Trump, been to a couple Trump rallies, but I didn't vote for him. I believed him. And that's why I often say on the show, there are legitimate reasons to vote for Trump. He promised a lot of good shit. He was going to end wars in 24 hours. He's going to bring down the price of groceries on day one. He was going to expose everybody that was on the Epstein list. He was going to be transparent about the Epstein files. He promised a lot of good shit. Whether or not he delivered on it, that's a different explanation. That's a different conversation. So when folks say we voted for Trump knowing it could get worse before it got better, I don't buy that. My belief is that you favor Trump so much over the Democrats, who you may believe the Democrats are going to destroy the country anyway, that you're going to forgive Trump and give him second, third, fourth, and fifth chances, no matter how many of his promises and commitments do not fail or do not succeed. If he fails, we'll give him another chance. It's better than putting in Kamala or Biden. Okay, he failed again, still better than Kamala or Biden. And it'll just go on and on and on and on like that. I don't believe you expected him to fail on all this stuff. Let me go back to the box. We'll continue on with Jeremy. Good evening, Jeremy. Welcome to the program. He's talking about the civil rights work. I don't understand it. Jeremy, good evening.
There we go. There, now it's working.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you this, but I think I already know your answer. Trump wants to end birthright citizenship. What say you?
I don't think it's a good idea. It's not the solution I would have personally.
I wasn't expecting that.
I know. I'm full of surprises. Just ask my ex-girlfriend. Anyway,
okay.
Anyway, so the reason why I say this is because, well, let's look at some place like Ireland. Ireland has actual natives. Like, yes, we could all say we come from the like Africa and from like what is modern day Iraq, which used to be Mesopotamia. But at some point, like those people have been there for so long that they are native to their own lands. Like Irish people were not black, despite
what about the Hispanic that comes here, and let's say they ran across the Rio Grande, and let's say a woman ran across the Rio Grande. She was 2 months pregnant. She'd been hiding out from immigration for the last 7 months. She delivers the child in America. She has no right to be here. Should that child have U.S. citizenship?
And only the child, but the mother shouldn't. And that's the real contention here, is this. Unfortunately, it's a slippery slope allowing birthright citizenship. If you take it away, the problem becomes that citizenship becomes kind of just whatever the government feels like that day. Kind of like when you introduce divorce into marriage, marriage no longer becomes permanent, which is why I actually don't believe in divorce. I just believe in annulments and separation.
So you're saying, wait. So you're saying if they get rid of birthright citizenship, it will weaken what citizenship is?
Yes, but at the same time, keeping birthright citizenship has its negative impacts. It means that when it comes to citizenship, you ultimately don't have a permanent way of keeping people who aren't citizens out as easily. Now, the easiest thing you can do is just say, if you came here illegally and you got your kid birthright citizenship, you're banned from ever getting in citizenship yourself. Only your child can get it. That would be a law I would put into place, because I would say that would be you trying to scam the system.
So So the mom that ran across the desert while 2 months pregnant, that delivers her baby at the 9th month, the baby gets citizenship, but the mom is permanently banned from being a citizen here?
Yep, I know, harsh, but it has to be done.
Huh. I mean, that it's interesting because that is one way. I'm surprised Trump did not think of that. That actually, look, I don't favor getting rid of birthright citizenship. I don't favor the way Trump is viewing immigrants and things like that. But what you're saying would be a very smart approach for President Trump, because that way you can kind of effectively ban birthright citizenship without fucking with the Constitution, because the mom ain't gonna want to leave her baby behind. If she gives birth and the baby gets citizenship but she can't stay, she's probably gonna take the baby back with her. I'm surprised they don't do that. I'm surprised Trump doesn't think of that.
Yeah, exactly. And that would be a good solution. See, the thing is, I'm conservative. Those are my principles. That's where I lean. Okay. But when it comes to an individual person, I support an individual person when I feel like they're going to do the job well, which is why I'm okay with not being MAGA anymore. I'm okay with that. And I'm not going to hide from the fact that I was MAGA, because at the time Trump promised a lot of things and I thought he was going to deliver, and he didn't. And so I'm okay with going with principles over. I
want to ask you something, because you definitely, we've been talking for quite a while. You certainly were the definition of MAGA, and that has evolved over the months we've been talking. Why do you? I'm assuming you know other MAGA, right?
Yeah.
Why do you believe that they remain MAGA and you're not? What are you seeing that they are not seeing? Do you talk to them on this?
Think about it like this. Think about like an abusive ex-boyfriend. When it's really good, maybe he says sorry and she's love bombing you, and it's real good at the time. But when it's bad, it's really bad. It's that hopium. It's that copium and hopium that he'll do what he says, and he'll change, and he'll stick to his principles, and then he doesn't. And here's the thing. I was high on the copium. Well, I wouldn't even say it's copium at the time because we had no idea that he was going to betray his principles. The first term, he did most of what he said.
What principle has he betrayed? I got MAGA watching the program now, hundreds of them. What principle has Trump betrayed?
People will say, "Oh, but he's releasing the Epstein files now." Yeah, he said he was a few months ago. He was fucking saying it was a Democrat conspiracy theory.
He just called affordability a Democratic. I mean, everything he don't want to talk about is a Democratic hoax. He just called affordability a Democratic hoax, and there's so many clips of him talking about affordability and how he was going to make things affordable. And now he's calling it. I mean, he says everything is a Democratic hoax.
Yeah, and again, I'm not going to get into the whole boats thing because I haven't looked into enough of that. And the thing is both sides can both be told to shut up because neither one of them really knows if those boats off the coast of our seas are actually carrying drugs or not. So I just kind of leave that alone because I don't need to have an opinion on something I'm not well educated on. But I will say this: I still like that he's got people getting deported through ICE. It needs to happen. I'm tired of people driving on my roads with fake CDL, those that are getting people killed because they won't assimilate and learn English.
But is that a major epidemic? Is there a lot of CDL? Wait. Let me frame it. I think obviously you're already about to give the answer, but I'm asking: is there a lot of CDL holders that are illegal immigrants that have no right to have that license, responsible for deaths on U.S. highways? There's a lot of that happening.
There's not a lot of deaths, but there's a lot of illegal CDL holders and fraudsters. These people will actually pay U.S. citizens to do the test for them, and then we'll get on the road because they don't have the right paperwork in order to do the work themselves, and they think that being a truck driver is easy. And I'm like, yeah, that's why they make you go through a bunch of testing, isn't it? Yeah, because it's easy, dumbasses.
But here's what I don't understand, Jeremy, because I had a hard time backing up a semi, and I failed it, and I didn't try to pursue my CDL for a second time, but I did try to drive trucks for a short time myself, and the backing up and how you got to get the angles and shit, I could never get. Here's what I don't understand: if these folks don't speak the language, and they received their CDL, like what you're saying, by using somebody else's credentials, they couldn't take the test and all that. There should be a rash of them if what you're saying is true. There should be people having accidents everywhere. All of these folks got their CDLs illegally and they're suddenly on the highways driving correctly. Why are there not an epidemic of them having a bunch of accidents?
Well, here's the thing, Tim. Did you know that actually the majority, out of all the times that a drunk driver will get on the road, only a small percentage of the time he will actually cause a crash or an incident?
Yeah, but if you put a bunch of drunk drivers on the road, you're going to have a bunch of accidents.
Yeah, but I'm saying, when it comes to the total percentage of people, there's a lot more of these that are happening than you think, Tim. It's just that it'll take a while before someone actually crashes because here's the thing. In the United States, our roads actually work unlike India, where they don't seem to have a fucking clue what they're doing. And because of that, order to traffic is usually easy to follow. And actually, try regular non-CDL driving, where you're driving like a regular car and not a truck, is actually teachable to dogs. I'm not even joking. They've actually done it. There's video.
Yeah, but these folks, if you listen to the MAGA and the Trump administration, these folks are driving semi-trucks. And they're not having a lot of accidents. That doesn't make sense to me. Did you hear about the one? Did you hear about the one where like that guy, that guy named Singh? He was definitely some kind of Punjabi fuck from India. Killed 3 people in a. Yeah, I've seen the video of the accident too, but that still doesn't take away from what I'm saying. Because there's a bunch of these people, according to you, according to MAGA, according to Trump, there's a bunch of these folks on our highways with CDLs that they didn't earn. And yet there's only, we can name the same accident over, kind of like Lincoln Riley, where it keeps coming. This shit should be happening everywhere. If all of these people have licenses that they didn't earn, it should be a lot more accidents. These folks are just getting licenses without earning them, and they're just driving okay down the highway without having accidents. That don't make sense.
Trump and the Trump administration and the FBI are actually looking into this right now, because apparently one particular DMV, it was doing such a poor job of actually vetting people that like when they showed the people on surveillance footage who were doing the tests versus the license that they showed, they were night and day different. Sometimes not even the same sex.
I don't doubt that people that are coming in this country illegally are going to do whatever they can to get a job, whether it's under the table, using somebody else's name or whatever. What I do doubt is that they're going to be a danger at the jobs they're getting. I mean, this if as many folks as you guys are saying are getting CDLs illegally without the proper training and knowledge, there should be more accidents. This is kind of how when folks were suggesting that illegal immigrants are rapists and murderers and all of this. And then my question I often would ask is, if all of these folks come into this country are coming from insane asylums and prisons and they're raping and murder, the border towns that have the most of them should be the most violent towns in America. It's as if they're coming into America and they suddenly decide to behave. This rapist, murderer, prison escapee, insane asylum. You go down to Laredo, Brownsville. These towns ain't that fucking bad like that. These towns don't operate like. Go ahead.
You ever heard of McAllen?
Yeah, as an over-the-road driver, I've been there many times. That town. Look, you guys talk more about Chicago than you do McAllen.
Yeah, well, McAllen is actually a safe place, and a lot of locals feel very, very scared for their lives on a regular basis. There's plenty of documentaries that have exposed like the CB underbelly of border towns.
I mean, let's be clear. People fear for their lives just about in every decent-sized American city. That's called living in America.
That's such a lame-ass excuse. Oh, that's such a lame-ass excuse. Like every major city, no. Maybe one or two parts of a major city, but there are some major cities that are just better than others.
Let me say it this way.
More violent than others.
Let me just say it this way. If these people are as bad as the Trump administration and you are alluding to, why are our jails, our prison system not loaded with illegal immigrants? There should be tons of them in there. That just doesn't measure. Hell, there's more black people in there. Why are there not a bunch of illegal immigrants in our penal system?
Well, one of the reasons is because of government corruption, and I mean that. Like here's the thing. One of the actual drivers, that incident that we talked about that killed 3 people, that guy was from, I believe, either Washington State or California, one of the two. But he wasn't supposed to get qualified for that. And a lot of these soft blue cities and blue states do not prosecute even when they're supposed to. But the felons,
if they're rapists and murderers, you're telling me these blue states are letting illegal immigrants that rape and murder people walk?
Yes, New York is notorious for this shit.
For letting murderers walk? New York is notorious for letting murderers walk?
Oh, dude. Yeah, I mean, like, for fuck's sake. Do you remember, like, there was, like, a guy who lit a woman on fire recently who had, like, a ridiculous amount of felonies, and was not locked up.
He had a ridiculous amount of rapes and murders on his rap sheet?
Assaults. Like, assaults.
It's a big difference between assaulting someone and murdering them, Jeremy.
Attempted murders. And they gave him cashless bail. They just let him go.
I know the story about the guy lighting the woman on fire. You saying he had a bunch of attempted murders on his rap sheet? Really?
Yeah.
That ain't true. That's not true.
The dude was a fucking repeat criminal that should have been in jail for the rest of his life. Look, but you want to know what a lot of these places, a lot of these judges let people go. And you want to know something? Honestly, a lot of these judges should be in jail themselves because they just let people just walk away and be free. And and people will say like, well, there's more violence from right-wingers, which is not really true. It's already been proven that left-wingers commit more acts of violence. They're just more incompetent, so they don't get it done well.
I don't know, because we hear, because most of this stuff now, you're no longer MAGA, but I'm going to tackle this from a MAGA standpoint. You often hear MAGA suggesting that the liberals are letting these violent criminals out, but you don't hear them saying anything about the fact that several of the January 6th pardonees have been went on to commit violent crimes. In fact, another one just today I read that they're trying to demand that he be arrested because he's back in D.C. and he's actually targeting one of the Democratic politicians there. Was seen walking around his home and stuff like that. So
I didn't think that every one of them should have been pardoned in the first place, because some of them were put in jail for stupid reasons, and other ones were put in there for like, oh, you actually were trying to commit some legit stuff, and the court documents show it, so you should be in jail.
Yeah. And some of them as you mentioned it with this guy trying to set the woman on fire, some of them had prior felonies on their rap sheets.
Yeah, they shouldn't be allowed to walk the streets. Like if you have like one felony and it's for something stupid, like you were like it was a complicated situation. Some guy smacks you when you pull a firearm or something like that. You know what I mean? I think that that's forgivable, because that's a heat of the moment thing. You should go to jail, but you should be able to walk on the streets eventually, because it's not like but if you went and broke into somebody's house and put a bullet in the back of their skull, you need to stay in jail for the rest of your life, if not get the death penalty.
What about the fact that Trump, bringing Trump up again, what about the fact that he's pardoning a lot of really bad guys, Jeremy? Bad white-collar criminal. I mean, every other day he's pardoning. So he just pardoned a drug kingpin responsible for pumping like 400 metric tons of cocaine into America. I mean, he's pardoning some genuine bad guys.
Yeah, I don't think that was okay. That guy should be in jail too. Now, I could understand they've cut a deal with him and they give him shaved time and maybe release him into jail.
He shaved 43 and a half years off of a 45-year sentence. He shaved 43 years off of that.
I'm saying what I would have done, okay? What I would have done is maybe shaved off a maximum of 10 at best.
All right. So you do see Trump in terms of crime is fucking up.
Yeah, absolutely. This again, and people keep saying like, but you voted for him. Like, yeah, I don't lie about that. I'm not afraid.
What if you could go back in time? What if you could go back in time and you had a choice? You can either vote for Trump or this woman. What are you doing?
I'm going libertarian.
What if you only had Trump or this woman? What would you do?
Coin flip.
Coin flip. Even though you're admitting that guy that's in the White House is fucking up and you just don't like this lady, but she hasn't fucked up yet, you're still going to get a guy that's fucking up a chance.
I mean, do you think I just fell out of a coconut tree?
I don't know if there's even any coconuts in that tree. I gotta move it on, Jeremy.
Well, before I go,
quick.
Okay. I know you haven't watched it yet, but please take some time to watch that video I told you about that proves that the left have just as more incompetence than the right when it comes to terror attacks. And it's there's hard data to show that they do commit more attempts at terror, but they're just so incompetent that they get caught way before it happens.
Send it to me on the DM, and I'm gonna say this right off the bat. When I watch that, I need to figure out what the creator of that is designated as a terror attack, because you see what Trump is doing with the drug dealers. That ain't terrorism as we know it. He's designated these drug boats as terrorist outfits. That is not what we've come to know as what represents terror. Trump is naming all these people terrorist outfits, and they're not terrorizing anybody. These folks coming in this fucking boat are bringing drugs to America that people actually want. There are Americans waiting to meet him at the border to take the product and sell it to Americans all over the country that's looking for it. That's not a fucking terrorist. That sounds like a drug version of Santa Claus. I gotta go, Jeremy. Appreciate it.
I'll send it to both of your accounts in the DMs. Have a good one, Tim.
You too. All right, moving on with the program. Yeah, I will say that again. I think Trump is designating people. Look, we were brought up to think that ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Taliban, Ba'ath Party, that's what Hamas, Hezbollah, that's what terrorists are. Folks who are just intentionally harming innocent people for a political cause. That's what terrorism is. Not selling somebody a dangerous substance that they actually want to buy for recreational use. If that's the case, then anybody selling cigarettes is a fucking terrorist. People die from that too. Okay, well, fentanyl kills you right away. So it's okay if the person dies slowly versus quickly? You're buying something that's lethal. You know it's lethal when you buy it, and you voluntarily ingest it. How the hell is the person who sold it to you a terrorist? God damn it, McDonald's would be a terrorist outfit under that definition. Let me move on to the program. Tap the screen, get the likes on up to 50,000. We don't block, ban, or censor. You know how the program is ran. We're open up left of Bernie Sanders to having dinner with Q. If you favor this type of dialogue, you happen to be watching us currently on Facebook, you're watching us on Instagram or TikTok, show your boy some love, follow the program. If you happen to be watching on YouTube, feel free to give us a sub. Going back to the box, because they're doing it to destroy our country and our city. They're not doing, hang on a second, Mike. They're not doing it to destroy the country. They're doing it to make money. They don't give a fuck about destroying them. Why would they want to destroy America when the country is full of their damn customers? They're not trying to destroy America. They're trying to sell product like any other drug dealer. Mike, good evening.
What's going on, Tim?
Man, you got called out. Good evening. I don't know what's going on. Gen X apparently does not like you very well.
Yeah, and I don't like him either. So there's nothing to,
no love lost. No love lost. Okay.
Yeah, there's no love lost. I don't give a fuck about Gen X, and I don't expect him to give a fuck about me. I know he doesn't like me. He doesn't like people like me, so I'm good with that.
No.
Do I look bothered?
Not at all, sir. Not at all.
Here's the thing, though. But here's what I will push back on, because when I drop off here, I'm gonna go live anyway and have some shit to talk about anyway. But he called me a bully, right?
He said you had a young white man on the program that was inebriated and you exploited the hell out of him.
Yeah, and see, and the funny part is anybody that's in your live that was on my live that one night, we were having fun with this dude. His name was Rob, and Rob was shitface,
okay,
off that Evans Williams. But we were having fun with Rob because Rob was telling us that he didn't take baths like every 3 or 4 days. He used dude wipes instead of taking it. So of course we're having fun with him. But here's the thing that Gen X didn't tell you. At the end of my live, I spent about 20 minutes literally talking to this guy on some real shit. See, he didn't tell you that part, did he?
No, didn't come
Where
up.
I talked to the guy about following me and to start over because he's been through a lot of trauma in his life. And we talked about that trauma. He didn't mention that part, did he?
Not at all.
I know. Of course he didn't, Tim. He said I was bullying the guy, but I actually fellowship with the guy. And he follows me now, and I check on him to see if he's doing better because he's had some issues. He's had some substance issues and some other things. But he didn't tell you that part, did he?
No, he told me you were a racist, Mike.
Yeah, I know. And here's the thing about Gen X. Gen X is the typical... I expect all of that from Gen X. There's nothing about him that surprises me. Zero. Because he's very uneventful. Like, Gen X talk about reaching. I would never do business with Gen X. Why the fuck would I do that?
Yeah, he said he was reaching out to you. You guys could do business together. He did say that.
I'd rather put nails in my drawers and do jumping jacks.
God damn. Yikes. All right, I think point well taken. All right, fair enough.
Point well taken. Okay.
We'll get on with the show. This guy right here. Speaking of African Americans, this guy right here apparently has a little. Apparently, Home Depot in his area had a sale on pipe, and he put something in it. The right has been saying that there's no way January 6th could have been an insurrection because there were no weapons present. Clearly, this guy had weapons. Now, Gen X suggested this guy, no way, no how, could have been MAGA. What say you?
If you read the reports, he's self-proclaimed MAGA. If you Google it right now, he admitted that he's a Donald Trump supporter.
Yeah, I heard that. I did hear that.
So what are we talking about? The reason he's saying that is because they don't want to believe that he could be black and support Trump. But we talk about Blaga all the time, right? We talk about Blaga all the time, right?
I talk to a lot of black MAGA. In fact, I love talking to black MAGA.
Right, but this is them right here. You see that right there?
Who is that? Let me blow it up.
That is Blaga, and that's MAGA.
What is that? A bag of snakes?
It's a bag of snakes. Absolutely. You'll see it in about 20 minutes.
Okay, fair enough.
My point is this, Tim. That's who that guy is. That's who he is. And he got caught up in that shit and sent his ass to jail. Fuck about that guy.
But do you believe But unlike MAGA suggests, Trump supporters suggested what happened on that day is not an insurrection. Do you believe what happened on January 6th does qualify as an insurrection?
Yes, I do. And they're never going to believe it because they're going to think somehow something got stolen from them. It's, you know what, Tim, at this point, it's irrelevant. You're not going to convince them by any measure that what happened on January 6th was what it was. There's nothing you're going to tell them at this point. This is 5 years after the fact, Tim. And damn near 6 years. And we're still having this.
Well, in your opinion, what do you think MAGA believes January 6th was? What was it, a holiday?
It was, I've been telling you, it was their right because they believe that, listen, those people that were out there, those white folks that were out there, and those one-offs like this idiot, believe that somehow they had privilege to be there and do what they did. The irony about that shit, though, think about that. They believed that they were within their rights to desecrate the Capitol, but you have the nerve to try to hold someone in this country accountable at the same level for being in this country and not following the rules.
Well, maybe they view an immigrant coming in this country and breaking the law in a more harsher light than they view an American citizen. Look, we gave you the privilege of coming here. How dare you break the law? But before you answer that, Draco in the comments says, Tim, you're trying to make your own historical narrative. The pipe bomb was found 5 years ago. We know the pipe bombs were found 5 years ago. They just were able to officially tie who planted them today. We know they were, nobody said that. We're talking about was January 6th an insurrection because this guy laid bombs. Obviously, January 6th happened 5 years ago. What is your point? I don't get what the point you're trying to make there is. So, go ahead.
Well, I'm gonna address Alter Ego in the comments when he said you all said a black man didn't do this until you heard he was a Trump supporter. This is wild. Alter Ego. I'm gonna say the same thing I said when we found out about the DC sniper. That's not a typical crime that you would associate with black men.
That is true.
It's not.
That is true.
So because but again, like I said then, when his ass got convicted, Malvo and the other dude in this one throw their asses in jail too. I don't understand it. But see, what I just did, MAGA supporters and white Americans and white men won't do. They won't just see it for what it is and go throw his ass in jail. They won't see it for what it is and go, it was an insurrection. Let me ask you this, Tim. Right before J6, well, not right before, but before J6, there was another protest in D.C. Remember that? The Black Lives Matter protest. You remember that?
Yeah, they were ready for that, yes.
And how many National Guard did they have out there, Tim?
Ample.
Okay. And so what was the difference?
Well, let's be clear. Look, the whole notion that Nancy Pelosi's job was to deploy the National Guard on January 6th. That argument lost all of its value once Trump got reelected and started deploying the National Guard against the wishes of liberal mayors and liberal governors all over the country. Once he'd done that, he's made it absolutely clear that he could have done it on January 6th. So he blew MAGA's narrative out of the water by showing you I can do it anytime I want to, even if they don't want me to deploy the National Guard, I can do it. If you can do it in LA and do it in Portland, you damn sure could do it in DC. So he ended that.
Again, go back to my point, and this is not a what about Biden because I didn't even mention Biden, Alter Ego. But I'm gonna ask you this, Alter Ego, and I'd love for you to answer this. So Tim, you can answer this. Who deployed the National Guard for the BLM riots in DC?
I don't. Are you saying that? That was Trump?
Sorry. The BLM protests in 2020.
I remember.
Who deployed the National Guard?
Well, it was Trump's administration, so it had to have been Trump.
I know who did it. I'm asking Alter Ego, and I'm asking MAGA supporters who deployed and was prepared for the BLM protest at the same fucking place months before. Just answer the question. I know who it was. It was the same guy that could have done it on J6.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying as well, is that there's enough evidence out there to make it clear that Trump could have deployed the national. Even if you want to believe that Nancy Pelosi also could have done it, Trump has proved that even if it was Nancy Pelosi's job or whoever you want to say job it was, he also had the power to do it. He has proven that beyond a reasonable doubt by multiple deployments on it against the wishes of people in those cities. So
100%.
Yeah, so he could have done it. Absolutely could have done it.
But he did it. But Tim, that's my point. He did it literally months before J6. So now you got this bullshit sandwich where you got a deployment before J6 and a deployment after J6, but not one in the middle. And they want to try to make it seem like it was someone else's. This is the lunacy. This is the cultish behavior that they display, and it's sitting right in your face.
Yeah, the Nancy Pelosi thing, and I see folks still pushing it. Somebody said he offered the National Guard to Nancy, and why the hell would he offer the National Guard? Why don't you just deploy it? Why are you punting the National Guard to somebody else? Why not just do it? Go ahead.
Who said that? Well, no.
I got a YouTube viewer that's saying he offered the National Guard to Nancy Pelosi and others, but he wanted to let us see that the left was planning it. I don't have an answer for that.
YouTube user is, those are the motherfuckers that ain't never coming back. Like whoever said that, they're never coming back. They're going to unalive off of that MAGA peer. They're not coming back. Even the ones that say they're not MAGA but hold the same ideologies like Jeremy just did with all of that, they're not coming back, Tim.
Well, how about this? How about it from this standpoint? Draco on YouTube says Mike does not understand the jurisdiction in D.C. I don't understand it either. I don't get where you're going, Draco, but how do you view that?
No, Draco doesn't understand. Sometimes, and these are the people, Draco, just use your Google machine. You got this supercomputer in your hand. Get on your supercomputer in your hand and just Google that, and you'll find out that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, because my point is this. Trump has deployed the National Guard, and they're standing in front of the White House. The Capitol building is only a mile or two away. You're going to tell me he can actually deploy the National Guard to the White House, but he can't to the Capitol? What do you mean jurisdiction? That doesn't make any sense.
If they try to deconstruct and unpack, then that means they have to face their own shit. Like when we go through relationships and you go through a relationship breakup, at the end of that relationship, if you're not really kind of deconstruct who you are, where you could have been better in that relationship, what are you going to do in the next relationship?
Probably fuck up the same way.
These motherfuckers right here, the user and Draco, they don't get it. They just don't get it. And it's so easy to find. It's not complicated. It's just easy to find.
Listen, I've never been one to suggest that MAGA is stupid or ignorant. I don't believe that's the case. I believe that MAGA favors Trump to the point where they just do not want to admit something that is obvious, that he's shown he can deploy the National Guard and he could have done it then. But I don't want to say that because then it makes it look like this is a lot more his responsibility than I want to admit. So but he offered it to who offers the National? First of all, is the National Guard up to be offered? That doesn't even make sense. He offered it to Nancy Pelosi. Yeah, why would you offer the National Guard to your arch enemy to guard your event? So you want your event being guarded by the person you hate politically the most. That makes zero sense to me.
And let's be clear. And I want to stop this. And I hope, Tim, that you don't even repeat it anymore. Nancy Pelosi had zero jurisdiction to deploy the National Guard in D.C. If that were the case, idiots, she would have done it for BLM when Trump did it, and she would have done it, or Mike Johnson would have done it now, but he didn't. So stop with the bullshit. The president could have done what he wanted He neglected to do it. And his own daughter, and Bill Barr, and Mark Meadows, and everybody in his cabinet at the time said the exact same thing.
Yeah. I mean, to me, it makes no sense that Trump would call Nancy Pelosi and say, could you send the National Guard to my event? I'm about to say all kinds of awful shit about you and your party. Could you please provide security for us? That it makes no sense whatsoever that Trump would hand off securing his event to Nancy Pelosi. He hated her. He still hates her. That's the last person Trump would ever deem as fit to provide security to his event. That makes it, yeah,
absolutely.
I don't get why they expect that to pass muster. It makes no sense.
But Tim, they don't. You got to understand, they're not talking to anybody. They don't have discussions with people that think differently than them, because it wouldn't take that long. Listen, do you think if I was sitting down in a room with Gen X or Jeremy or MAGA Reacts or Draco or whoever these motherfuckers are in front of a computer, do you think they would want to do that exercise, Tim?
Probably not.
Of course not.
Probably
not.
Of
course not. Of course not. Because it would dispel all of their beliefs, and then they would have nowhere else to go. They would have nowhere to be comfortable. They want to be comfortable in their bigotry and in their position. That's just what they want to do.
Well, you can always make up several times. You can always make up some shit. After all, as Black Wolf says, Tim is a retard. Let me ask you also, birthright citizenship. Trump wants to get rid of birthright citizenship. Do you think we would be better off doing so?
No, I think it's a bullshit, but it's part of their great replacement theory strategy.
What do you mean?
It's part of their great.
You mean by getting rid of birth? Now you could have an Italian or an Irish person come over here and give birth as well. So explain the replacement theory connection.
I don't know what kind of look your daddy would give you for saying some stupid shit like that, but
no, because it happens. What are you going to tell me? You're going to tell me there are no Europeans that come over here, overstay their visa, and give birth?
I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that this administration, that's not their target. That's what I'm saying. Matter of fact, let me tell you something, Tim. When they started this mass deportation of immigrants and Hispanics, what did I tell you? I said, you think they're going to stop there? They're going to continue to target people darker and darker and darker in your ass location. Yeah. And your ass looks Somalian.
Yeah.
Let's just be honest. You could easily get snatched up in this bullshit. Yes or no?
Yeah. And I was one of the ones pushing back and telling you that, look, they're doing it to brown people, but they're not doing it to blacks. That's why blacks are still supporting Trump. But now they're doing it to Haitians and Somalis. So they are doing it to black people now. And look, and just for folks who don't understand what Mike is saying when he says, I could get caught up in it. A lot of ICE, they don't know what a traditional Somali looks like. If you're in the neighborhood where Somalis are at, and you're dark, you qualify. The fact that you don't have whatever, I don't know if they had oval faces or round face or what their type of face, their facial features are, but you think every member of ICE knows that? If you're black and you in this neighborhood, let's stop him and see if he got papers. So yeah, I do believe I could get caught up in that.
These people don't give, again, the great replacement theory is not my position. That's Kevin Roberts and Peter Thiel and J.D. Vance and all those. That's their position. They believe in the great replacement theory.
But how about this? In the comments, Bobby says, I would go through all of this for the greater good. So look, I would be willing to let them stop me and frisk me and profile me, because at the end of the day, what they're doing represents the greater good for this country.
Who was that? What was the name of that person?
The name of that person is Bobby the Barber.
Can Bobby the Barber hear me? Can they hear me?
Yeah, they can hear you.
You're a fucking idiot, Bobby the Barber. You're a fucking idiot to say that you're willing to allow someone to violate your civil rights for the good of the. Tell me what the good is, because once your rights get violated, there is no fucking good, dum-dum.
Yeah, I think Benjamin Franklin or somebody has a quote in regards to giving up freedoms for giving up freedoms for safety or something like that. I forgot what the quote is, but somebody talks about that. Don't ever let them take away your freedoms, telling you you're going to be safer. And that's kind of what's happening. Because I agree with you 100%. I don't giving up your civil rights for what you believe is the greater good. I think the issue is the people suggesting that you should give up your rights for the greater good have no concern of this happening to them.
Well, 100%. And let me be a lot more succinct when I'm saying. If someone's asking you to give up your rights for the greater good, they have no good intentions. Why would you ever ask somebody to give up their civil rights? Why would you ever ask somebody to do that? You have no good intent for that person, because you should be able to ask them for what you need from them without asking them to give up the civil rights to you.
Yeah. Well, the Supreme Court. I'll go ahead. You about to do it live?
Yep, I'm about to go live and right after this. But I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this about the Gen X thing. I hope Gen X is still in here. The problem with Gen X has with me and people like me is I'm just saying what this country is. If it doesn't apply, let it fly. Because I don't believe all white people hold those principles. Nobody is a monolith. But at the same time, if you hang around, if your ideology aligns with someone's ideology that's designed to hurt me and you're okay with it, I need to put you over there with them. I don't even know why that's so complicated. Who else would do that? What are we talking about here? If you know someone doesn't have any good intentions and they're hanging with that person, this is myself from both of you. Yeah. Don't we all do that? Don't you tell your kids that? Did you tell your daughters that, Tim?
That's a good point.
So if you want to align yourself with someone that doesn't see me as a human or wants to put us back to an era where we didn't have civil rights or voting rights or they want to strip our history out of museums, and you're okay with that, fine. I can't change your ideology, but what I can do is tell you what I think about your ideology. And I can let you know that I'm not one of those that's going to lay down and allow you to do that to me. Now, if that's what you want to do, that's what you have the right to do it. But I also have the right
to resist,
to say what I have to say. Yeah. Isn't that what our ancestors fought for? For us to be able to sit here and have this conversation?
Absolutely.
The problem is they want to take us back to a time where we couldn't say this.
Real quick, I want to read this out to you before you step away. Handsome Sticky Fingers, because this is where you're going to plug yourself, Mike. Handsome Sticky Fingers says, Tim, can you let me know where I can join you and Mike on his live? Let me know and tell my great conversation. Excellent man needs to write a book. He's talking about you. Now, Sticky Fingers is on YouTube, but Michael, what is it, DeBoss?
Mm-hmm.
If you go to TikTok, Michael DeBoss is his screen name. If he's on live, it'll tell you he's on live. Click on that and you will be taken to his live now. He's about to go live now. I'm continuing here, so I'm not going to be on there with him right now, but I do have no issue joining Mike all the time. Mike has been supporting the program for quite a while.
Tim. And by the way, I am writing a book.
Really? Title and subject. Title and subject.
It is what it is. This is going to fit. For the person, the name of the book is called "It Is What It Is."
Subject.
Doesn't that sound pretty? It is what it is. I'm not masking what we are as people, and it's not just about race. It's about everything. It's going to be revealing up to how I've evolved as a man and as a father.
Sound more like we are what we are. Oh, what did you guys say about the Bears? They are who we told you are. If you want to crown the Bears, they are who we told you they are.
Yeah. So anyway, I always appreciate you having me on your live. You're always welcome to come on my live. But at the end of the day, what we're seeing right now isn't going to get better until it gets worse. And that's just the bottom line.
Well, 3 more years, Mike. Thanks for coming through. Good luck on the live. I'll see if I can catch you at the mine.
Okay, Brody.
All right.
Appreciate you.
Anytime. Moving on with the program, by the way, tap the screen. Get us on up to 60 thou. I see a link that says thank you, Mike. That's why he's up all night. What do you mean? Everyone wants to be black, but don't want to be black. Lorraine, there may be some validity to that. You want to, there are some cool things, I guess you could say, about the African American culture and race, but then again, there are some cons to being African American and part of the culture and race. I think that's what you're trying to say. I noticed that there is a lot of racism in the comments, says Aaron. Aaron, elaborate. What do you mean? This is a free speech program, so we do allow the people to speak. So you're going to hear some of it. Famous says racism is everywhere and it sucks. I agree with that. MAGA will finally see the light and wake up. Are you sure, Mermaid? Why I love America? Because it is a melting pot more than ever. I don't know about that, him here. I think we're changing from America being a melting pot. I think the aim of Trump is to remove, I mean, listen, he wants to get rid of asylum seekers, of protected status. He obviously wants to get rid of the Haitians and Somalis. He calls the Somalis garbage. I think if Trump gets his way, the goal is to get rid of so many groups of people that by the time he's done, I don't think we would be a melting pot anymore. Because most of the, I won't say most, but a large portion of immigrants that have come to this country have come by ways that Trump is trying to get rid of. Whether you're a refugee, fleeing war-torn countries, seeking asylum in America, that's a very, historically, that's a common, popular way of people have came here. And of course, the protected status that has been given to folks like the Haitians and the Somalis, that's been around, the Cubans, that's been around for a long time too. He's getting rid of two huge ways to come here legally, because all of them folks are legal migrants. Folks who legally can come here and claim asylum, legally have protected status. He's gotten rid of all of that. So I think Trump's goal is to get rid of the melting pot aspect of America. I just don't see that continuing if he's allowed to do what he's doing. It's such a big deal now that it has to do with illegal immigrants. If we don't tell the truth, where eventually it's going to happen to American citizens too. What are you saying? He's going to kick out American citizens? That's a bit much. We'll be melting with Ukraine, Poland, South Africaners. He's chosen his picks. I don't think he's going to be favorable to the Ukrainians. Now, I don't know if the Polish are trying to get here. The South Africaners he's friendly to, but I don't think Trump favors the Ukrainians. I think he'd rather let Russians in. I think he's more favorable to Russia than the Ukrainians. Anyway, going back to the box, we'll go to James Harper. Now, we're talking about ending birthright citizenship. James, good evening.
Hey, what's going on, Tim?
Not much at all. Good to have you back on. Do you favor getting rid of birthright citizenship?
No, because if we get rid of birthright citizenships, how do we designate who's a citizen, who's not?
Well, if you get rid of birthright citizenship, that means only citizens that give birth within our borders can have another citizen. If you're a citizen, that means your parents have to be a citizen too. If your parents are not citizens, then when you're born, you're not going to be one.
You're saying that now, but that's going to be a pretense, just like they said the pretense of getting rid of DEI was getting rid of unqualified people. Then you're just going to actually be like, no, you're not a citizen. Like, remember, ICE is already grabbing people that are citizens because they think they're not citizens.
Yeah, but they're letting them go. But they are letting them go.
They're letting them go because they have no choice. But once you take away naturalized citizenship, you already know it's going to start leading to other shit.
So what do you say? They're going to take away citizenship from people that actually have it?
Once he finds out that he can revoke citizenship for people, what do you think this is going to be the first thing he does? Everybody he don't like, he's going to say, oh, no, you're not a citizen anymore.
Well, the crazy thing is, and I know a lot of my MAGA viewers, and like I said, I don't censor or block you, so you can comment on this. I know a lot of my MAGA viewers are going to suggest that what you're telling me is fear mongering, but I'm going to defend you on this because he's talking about getting rid of Rosie O'Donnell's citizenship. They're talking about getting rid of dual citizenship. They're talking about getting rid of naturalizing. I mean, they are talking about getting rid of people that are actually citizens. So what my caller is saying is it's not like he's pulling it out of his ass. The Trump administration is talking about doing some of this stuff.
And then he didn't have a problem when Russians were using his hotel to have Russian anchor babies, but all of a sudden, like he has a problem with other people doing it. And yes, you can Google it, Tim.
What do you think is the aim of? What do you think is the goal of all of this?
To have a white America.
No. But yet there's still.
Oh, you don't believe me, Tim?
I can't.
Guess what the Trump administration did today?
What?
They removed MLK and Juneteenth as free admission for national parks, but they added Trump's birthday as free admission as a holiday.
Are you serious? So in other words, you can't get in.
Google it right now. Google it right now.
I have not heard that. Well, while I'm looking this up, I will go on record now as saying this. I haven't said it yet, but I'll say this for the first time right now. I do believe this upcoming Juneteenth in June, Trump is going to get rid of that holiday. I believe he's going to do it this next year. So Juneteenth coming up in, I don't know, what would it be, probably 8 months or something like. He's going to make an attempt to get. He made it clear last Juneteenth that holiday needed to go away. He said there was too many holidays and American citizens didn't want it. And I believe this year
he's trying to make his own birthday holiday now.
Hey,
what if we have too many?
Hey, that sounds like some dictatorship right there. That's a king. But I do believe Juneteenth, this year coming up, he's going to try to get rid of that holiday. So, but you're saying Juneteenth no longer an entry to state parks.
Juneteenth and MLK birthday.
Wow. Why would he do that, James? Yeah.
Maybe because they're black? It's a black thing?
Yeah, I see the first thing came up. Newsweek has an article. This is dated December 5th, so it's today. And it's titled, Trump Administration Removes MLK Day and Juneteenth from National Parks Fee-Free Days. So you can't get in there without paying.
If they had their way, they wouldn't be federal holidays either. That's up to Congress. He can't do it.
I don't see where he said his birthday is in there though. But yeah. Oh yeah, it does say that. In place of these days commemorating American history, civil rights, and equality, the Trump administration has instead opted to celebrate additional former presidents' birthdays and Flag Day, which is also President Trump's birthday. Wow. Wow.
And remember, MAGA swears up and down. They're not racist. They're not racist. But look at this. Like, and what did I say? What I say was going to happen? As soon as they ran out of Mexicans and Islamic people to be afraid of, they were going to move to another racial group. And then that's all they do. They find different people to say it's these people that the reason why your life is not good. It's always a new boogeyman, a new scapegoat.
I mean, listen, at the end of the day, he would, for folks who are suggesting he hasn't done anything to show intolerance or racism towards blacks, you would have to ask why if you're going to make some days no longer fee-free at state parks, why would you only do it for MLK and Juneteenth? I mean, it's like out of all the holidays, you pick those two. Wow, that's I can't defend that. I can't play devil's advocate on that. That looks bad. But like I said, I am going to go on record officially and state that this coming June, Trump will make an attempt to get rid of Juneteenth. I think Congress has to do it, but I do believe he can gut it. Just like here, where he's doing this with the state parks. Even if he can't remove it if he cannot remove it as a holiday, he can, backdoor stuff like say the federal employees still have to come to work and stuff like that.
Yeah, That's what he's trying to do. He trying to do that, and Hexam tried to do it as well.
And I see in the comments, Lorraine says, I don't need a holiday. Give me something more than that. No, I don't need a holiday either, but I don't want you taking them away. I don't want you taking away certain holidays. I mean, certainly after going on record and saying you didn't like it.
All a holiday is a yearly reminder of an event. That's what the holiday is.
Yeah.
That's the same thing that with Pearl Harbor Day and shit like that. It's just a reminder of like, hey, a special event happened on this day.
Well, like I said, we covered his because he got on social media on Juneteenth, and he's gotten on social media every holiday.
He said it was like it was unnecessary.
Yeah. He said not only did he say it was unnecessary, he said it was unwanted. He said there's too many holidays already, and it's costing America a fortune, and this needs to change if we're going to make America great. He didn't even say Happy Juneteenth or anything. So I am going on record as saying that this coming June, he's going to get rid of Juneteenth. If he can't get rid of it, he's going to gut it. Like demand federal workers still have to come to work or say they're not getting paid if they don't. I mean, he's going to do everything he can to attack that holiday. He does not favor Juneteenth whatsoever. Wouldn't surprise me if he starts attacking MLK Day. Based on this,
he's already taken MLK out of the White House. All the pictures and busts of MLK, he got rid of them.
Damn. Done more for blacks than his phrase is he's done more for blacks than anybody since Abraham Lincoln.
No, what he's done is he took stuff away, and when people would like convince him to bring that stuff back, then he wanted to use that as a publicity stunt to say, "See, look, I'm doing stuff for black people."
It don't look good. I'm just going to say that. I mean, attacking Juneteenth and MLK Day when people are calling you racist, this doesn't strengthen your case at all.
All the stuff is on Project 2025. Like this is within that playbook.
Yeah.
The taking black figures out of history, taking achievements out of the military history and things like that. That new guy that they're trying to use. They're making who was that guy? Prisker or somebody like that. That tried to rewrite history so that slavery was looked at as not that bad and Jim Crow didn't exist. All Project 2025.
Yeah, and I see in the comments, Draco, you said it's December 7th. Pearl Harbor Day is not on the free entry list or free entry fee. December 7th has never been a holiday, though, Draco. The MLK Day and Juneteenth are actual holidays. December 7th is a day we commemorate, but that's not a holiday. So that's not we talk like Columbus Day, where you celebrate Christopher Columbus, allegedly discovering it. That's a holiday. That would be something you could compare, but December 7th has never been a holiday, so I don't know why you're bringing that up. MLK was a communist, Creed says, so he's saying that Martin Luther King was a communist. I don't know. I don't.
In one breath, they say he's a communist, but then on the other breath, whenever we start talking about racism, they call themselves a party of Martin Luther King. So are they saying that the Republican Party is a communist party too?
That's a great point. That is a great point. They do often say that they're the party of Martin Luther King. And now you're saying, well, if you're the party of Martin Luther King, are you the party of the... Yeah, you can't pick and choose when you want to use Martin Luther King. That is a great point. And, that's kind of what Charlie Kirk said. Charlie Kirk said Martin Luther King was an awful guy.
With no proof. It was just, like, whatever, like, all the MAGA is, trust me, bro, I heard it from people. But they never tell you who the people are.
Well, there is proof. They're basing they're suggesting that Martin Luther King was awful because he was a womanizer. They're saying that he had, we voted for womanizers.
Oh, wait, hold on, wait. But if he's a womanizer, what do they call Trump?
He's a loving guy. He's misunderstood. Take it out of context.
They pick and choose.
Yeah.
They pick and choose.
Yeah. I brought it up. I had somebody, defending Charlie Kirk when Charlie Kirk passed in September, and we were talking about, things that Kirk said that are controversial. They pointed out that, look, Martin Luther King is awful. Charlie Kirk had a right to say that. And I said the same thing. How could Charlie Kirk be going around the country supporting Trump while criticizing Martin Luther King for being a womanizer. Like, if you don't like womanizers, why the hell are you supporting Trump? I mean, that makes no sense at all. And they didn't have an answer for it. But yeah, Charlie Kirk is on record saying that he's awful. You said what?
They never have an answer for it. Well, remember, anything bad is they swear up and down. It ain't got nothing to do with them. But anything good, they try to take all the credit for it.
So let me ask you this, speaking of answers, what's up with this African-American black man planting bombs near the Capitol building on January 6th? Do you think he's MAGA? Now, Gen X said this guy is not MAGA, no way, no how.
That's because that's MAGA twisting themselves in pretzels again, trying to make sure, like, oh no, it wasn't like that. Remember, they swear up and down that was just a peaceful protest. It was no bad going on. But you got somebody that vandalized the government building, smearing feces all over the walls. You got the Capitol Police getting beaten, tased, and things like that. You had the Proud Boys there with weapons, and now you got somebody that actually planted a bomb. Isn't that considered terrorism?
Yeah. Look, I the only reason why I'm even discussing this is because MAGA was suggesting that it could not be an insurrection because no weapons were present. As Denkel rightfully pointed out, you don't need weapons to have an insurrection. But I'm going with that argument.
The goal for them was to interrupt and change the results that they didn't like. So they went against the government, and they didn't want to say that. But you want to know why MAGA keeps swearing up and down it's not an insurrection? Because MAGA is the party of patriots. You can't be a patriot and go against the government.
Yeah, they do claim to be patriots. That is absolutely true. So, I mean, look, Trump said go peacefully and patriotically. So the suggestion is a few people got out of hand.
No, hold on, wait. He said fight like hell. Giuliani said fight. You have to fight. Trump Jr. said you have to fight. Like, all of them were saying you have to fight. Even Marjorie Taylor Greene said, hey, come down here on January 6th. It's going to be wild. And then you can't tell me it was peaceful when they put up a gallows up there. Like, when has a noose ever been associated with anything peaceful?
I don't have any answer for it. I got to move it on. I just wanted to run it by you. I don't have any answer for it. MAGA's logic on this is a little bit different from my own. But I did want to come on here and talk to as many MAGAs as I could to see how they feel about it. But their opinion, I believe, is kind of steadfast. It's going to be the same way no matter what happens. But James, thanks for coming through, man.
No problem, Tim.
Good. All right, looking in the comments, how are the Democrats any different? I don't know. Has the Democrats been responsible for an act like January 6th? What are you saying? They're the same? Now you're bringing up a noose. Oh, my God, dude. Well, Jason, he brought up the noose because we're suggesting that a noose was involved in a peaceful protest. His question is, how could you show up to a peaceful protest with a noose talking about taking the life of the vice president? That's what he's saying. Libertarians are better than both Democrats and Republicans. Yeah, but they don't win elections, Jay. They don't win elections. I was actually at January 6th, and it was nowhere near as bad as everybody said it was. Half the crap you think he didn't even have. Well, look, I'm from Chicago. Chicago ain't half as bad as people say it is either. So I get your point, Charles, when you say January 6th was nowhere near as bad. Because I believe most of the January 6th protesters, their involvement on that day, their involvement with the protests ended when Trump stopped speaking before them. They didn't all go to the Capitol building. So if you're one of the January 6th protesters that listened to the speech by Giuliani, Don Jr., Steve Bannon, and all of those folks that spoke, but then when Trump said, let's go to the Capitol and I'll be right there with you, and you didn't go to that, then no, it wasn't bad at all. It actually was a protest. Not the crowd that was before President Trump. Now they did have the noose, as my last caller was talking about, but they didn't. The crowd that listened to Trump, that crowd was not doing anything illegal. I don't believe. Yeah, they were saying awful shit. They were talking about violence, but I don't believe the crowd that was before Trump did anything illegal. So if you're part of that crowd, then yeah, you're right. It wasn't as bad as people were saying it was. It's the crowd that separated and went a couple miles over to the Capitol building. That crowd was different. Libertarians are just fence sitters. So libertarians are just sitting on the fence. And while we got trans thinking they should have rights, you think libertarians are because of that? I don't know. Mind you, this was after the riots and all the demonizing of white people. For years, they were fed up. I don't agree with the ones that were violent, but the other ones that were peaceful. If you think white people have been demonized, what the fuck do you say about the other races? Shit, that's mild. At least you can get a job and go to college and shit while you being demonized. You got motherfuckers who couldn't even swim in neighborhood pools and shit. If you think white people are demon, white people got fed up from that amount of demonization. If you believe that, if you're fed up because of how white people were demonized, go talk to some of your ancestors and ask them what they were doing to other folks. That ain't nothing. That is nothing. You're not getting pulled over. You're not getting wrongfully incarcerated. That ain't nothing. I don't think you know what, man. That makes it sound like you're coming from a position of privilege. If you think that equates to demonization, that's got to be the weakest amount of demonization in U.S. history. Try being part of some of those other groups, like the natives and things like that, and you'll see demonization goes way, way deeper than that. Mr. G, Will G says Trump ain't shit. Since when did drug dealers carry a death sentence? That means all drug dealers and users in the U.S. should be on death row. We actually talked about that. And I want to play a clip for you guys before we go to the next caller. Tap the screen, get us up to 80,000. We'll go to the next caller momentarily. But I talked about this.
It's so tough to get.
Talked about this earlier in the live, but since Will G brought this up, I do want to play this for you. This is Tom Cotton. We talked about this we didn't talk about what I'm about to play for you, but we talked about the double tap with the Venezuelan boats on a couple of other lives earlier this week. Tom Cotton, Republican senator from Arkansas, I want you to hear his explanation for why he justifies Hegseth, Admiral Bradley, the Trump administration, whoever ordered the second strike on the Venezuelan boat, the double tap. Hear his explanation. This is Tom Cotton, the Republican senator from Arkansas.
About the strikes on September 2nd, which were righteous strikes. These are narco-terrorists who are trafficking drugs that are destined for the United States to kill thousands of Arkansans and millions of Americans. The first strike, the second strike, and the third and the fourth strike on September 2nd were entirely lawful and needful, and they were exactly what we'd expect our military commanders to do.
What exactly did you see in terms of the video of the second strike? Were there survivors?
I saw two survivors trying to flip a boat loaded with drugs down for the United States, back over, so they could stay in the fight. And potentially, given all the context we heard, of other narco-terrorist boats in the area coming to their aid to recover.
Now, you heard what he said. He actually witnessed the video showing the second strike. And oddly enough, you see all these videos of boats being bombed and you see the word declassified above it. To me, it kind of speaks volumes that they're showing all of these people being killed in these strikes, but they deliberately, in this case, did not show you the second strike. If you don't mind showing people being killed, why are you taking this one out? I think they know that taking out somebody who's holding on to a boat that's been flipped over is wrong, because that's why they haven't showed it to the general public. You're showing people getting killed in every other video. Why did you stop with the second strike? Now, here's the problem, though. You hear what Senator Tom Cotton says. The boat is flipped over. 2 survivors are holding on to the boat, and he is stating that they are going to flip this boat back over after it's been hit with a missile, get back into the boat. You hear him talk about put drugs back into the boat that they flipped over and continue on their journey to America. You hear him saying they're still in the fight or whatever the case may be. Does that make any sense? This boat has been hit by a missile. Several of the inhabitants are now dead. 2 survivors are going to... Look, if you've ever been in open water trying to flip it, just simply trying to get on something. Let's say you got a air mattress or an air floatable or whatever the hell you want to call it. Just simply getting out of open water onto something ain't easy by itself. But you 2 individuals are going to flip a fucking boat over in open water by hand? That's what he's saying. That they were going to flip the boat over that's been hit by a missile, get back into it, according to him, put the drugs back into it. So apparently the drugs are not destroyed either. This missile hits the boat. It doesn't destroy anything but a few people on the boat. And then somehow, some way, the boat is going to continue on its journey. That's what he's saying. Tell me that makes sense. Because the journey is like 1,000 nautical miles to go. They're off the coast of Venezuela. Venezuela is like 1,700 miles from America. So they're at least over 1,000 miles away. And they're going to flip this boat over after it's been struck by a missile and continue on the journey. That's what Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas is trying to get you to believe. After all, they're still in the fight. I don't see how, first of all, I don't see how any of this amounts to fighting to begin with. I don't see how they're treating these folks like they are military combatants. These folks are simply coming to America with a lethal narcotic. I'm not trying to defend the dangers of fentanyl, but there are people in America waiting for that shit to get here. They're not coming to America to pin people down and force them to ingest fentanyl. There are Americans waiting around with money in hand, waiting to pay for this stuff when it gets here. How are they being viewed as terrorists or combatants? Trump has deemed this group as terrorists. They're not terrorizing anybody. Their arrival is anticipated by Americans who have money waiting to pay for what they're bringing. How the hell are they terrorists? They're not terrorizing anybody. I don't favor Trump's designation of terrorist. And thank you, Damian Davis, friend of the program. Thank you, Damian, for joining the program. Why even try Brotendo? That's an interesting name. Says, Tim, you are so bad at this. It's time to take a side. You know who the bad guys are. Stop pretending. I'm pointing out the bad guys in cases where I think it's relevant. I hope that explains it. There are certain areas where the person you perceive as the bad guy may be doing something right. I'll point that out as well. But no, in this case, what Tim Cotton is saying makes absolutely no sense at all. And I agree, Will G even says the same thing, makes no damn sense. MAGA ain't shit. Listen, I don't know how you think anybody in open water is going to flip a boat back over and continue going. And I agree with you too, Gregory. And Gregory Young says you can't stop drug smuggling. Look, if Trump's efforts to stop fentanyl from coming in this country are successful, you know what's going to happen? You're going to have some Americans making fentanyl. It's as simple as that. Narcotics is probably damn near $1 trillion, definitely a multi-billion dollar business in America. There's way too much money to be made to let what Trump is doing stop folks from getting paid. If the war on drugs and 3 strike laws, which was literally throwing people in prison for the rest of their life, was not stopping drugs from being sold. Blowing up boats off the coast of Venezuela ain't gonna stop it either. There's way too much money to be made in this game. If you get rid of international drug smugglers, you will have domestic drug smugglers replace them. It is as simple as that. You'll start having white guys making fentanyl. It'll start being made in the hood. Way too much money to be made. This is not going away by what Trump is doing. I can tell you that. And I see in the comments, why even try says you consistently defend MAGA. I don't know if I consistently defend MAGA. I defend MAGA when MAGA is defendable. MAGA is not wrong 100%. I defend MAGA, like, for instance, protecting the integrity of women's sports. There are liberals that believe a biological male, if a biological male wants to identify as a woman and play basketball or jump in a boxing ring with a biological woman, it should be allowed. MAGA does not agree with that. I side with MAGA. There are times when I don't think MAGA gets it wrong. I think MAGA believes that people coming in this country should be vetted. I agree with MAGA. So there are some times when I do agree with them. I don't think everything they say is wrong. Let me go back to the box. You can't stop it in a free country. I don't even think you can stop it in a country that's not free. My guess is you probably have illegal activity taking place in North Korea. That's about as buttoned down as you can get for a country. And my guess is even in a country like North Korea, there's probably some illegal narcotics floating around. We know it's in Russia. China has it. I mean, so, you're not going to stop it. Looking in the comments, appreciate the support there. Sapper, Democrats don't believe that. I'm just simply saying I don't mind defending Trump or MAGA when I think they're getting it right. I don't favor a lot of things that Trump does, but when he does things that I do favor, I'll give him credit for it. They flipped the boat to continue to fight. Yeah, it's hilarious, Jay. It's hilarious. They're not fighting anybody, period. They're not fighting any damn body. It's hard to believe that you're out in open water and all of a sudden a missile strikes your vessel, and the only thing on your mind is I got to continue the fucking journey. Not believable. It's just none of that is believable. And certainly if you got a motorized vessel, if it's got four out, like these boats they're showing you with all these multiple outboard, you know how heavy that shit, you're not gonna flip that over by hand. You ain't gonna be able to flip that over anyway. If it's got outboard motors and shit, you might be able to flip over a hollowed out canoe, but then once you flip that over, what are you gonna do? Paddle by hand 1,700 miles? It just doesn't make any sense at all that this dude would say that. But if you got a boat that is motorized and it's turned over, you're not turning that over by hand. It's gonna be too heavy with you in deep water. It's not like you can stand up and get leverage. You're treading water trying to do this. That's stupid to even make it sound like that's remotely possible. Do you believe that these are drug boats? If so, case closed. Anything can be a drug boat. Let me make that clear. Any vessel can be a drug boat. Anything in the water could be a drug boat. If it can carry product, it can be used as a drug boat. Do I believe? To me, I think the better question would be, do I believe these boats are capable of traveling 1,700 miles? Because they could actually be a drug boat, taking drugs from Venezuela to Mexico, to Guatemala, to the Dominican Republic, Cuba. We're hundreds of miles away from home doing this, expecting any drug boat off the coast of Venezuela to automatically be making the journey all the way to America. Even if it is a drug boat, even if it is carrying narcotics, there's no evidence to suggest that the destination is the United States. All of the countries in between Venezuela and America have fentanyl users and sellers in them. All of them do. Where's the evidence they're going to skip over all of those countries and come to America? So America doesn't have the right. If a boat is carrying drugs from Venezuela to Guatemala, it is not America's right or place to be out there blowing that boat up. What are we, defending Guatemala all of a sudden now? So you got to not only prove that this boat was a drug boat carrying drugs, but you also got to prove that the intended destination is America. Otherwise, America has no place involved in that. And I don't think you're ever going to get all that evidence from Trump. Tim, yes or no will suffice. Why all Prado? Because I want to make sure that there's not follow-up questions. I want to answer it in detail. Going back to the box, we'll go to Gangsta. What is it? Gangsta Grandma. Yeah, I'm answering the question in detail because I want to make sure there's no follow-up questions. No white people were on the boat, so it's fair game. Nazi shit, says Mike. So you say because no white people. Oh, who did I bring up? Evil Majin. Good evening. Evil, are you there?
Yeah, man. Hey, happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you as well. So what do you think? You think it's possible to flip over a drug boat that's been hit by a missile and continue on your journey?
You have a message, my lord. Like, you really have to look at the specifics of when a missile is coming down and going to hit, like, it's the boat itself. Pieces are going to scatter like crazy. Mm-hmm. Like, there is no way that they can try to put the drugs and everything back into it. It is the boat and like all that. They have to have like some real like scientific type of stuff, and also that stuff is sinking. Like, where are the damn sharks and the fish? Like, they are gonna start eating up, like all the shit, and the fishes and the octopus and all that. They will be getting like hot.
Yeah, I mean, but you got an actual sitting senator here that's suggesting that all of that can be accomplished.
That senator, he is just putting on just a show. He's just talking out the side of his neck. He's talking out of his ass. He doesn't really know what he's really trying to really say. He is just simply saying, hey, we have recovered, we have done this, man, stop talking out your ass. Just say the truth. Come on, man.
So you say stop talking out your ass, just say the truth. In your opinion, what is the truth in your opinion?
The truth is the Trump administration, they are hiding something is going on, and they're not trying to be very forthcoming about what is really going on. And knowing that they are... A message, my lord.
Hold on. Is your device saying message, my lord?
Yes.
Did you not learn anything from the No Kings protest?
I don't know what you're talking about. So.
Message, my lord. Wow, look at you. Just a regular Trump, ain't you? Okay.
But anyway, yeah, so as I was saying though, the whole Trump administration, Pete Hegseth, they need to physically fire his ass like there was no cows coming home tomorrow.
Damn. Do you see Trump? I mean, Hegseth got in trouble again with the Signal Gate stuff this weekend. But do you see Trump?
Right.
Do you see Trump as getting rid of Hegseth? You think Trump would even do that?
I don't know if he wants to get rid of him, but if he says, look, if you want to stay on, hey, you gotta get my, my Pinocchio, you're like hard, so.
I'm assuming you don't think Hegseth is qualified.
At this point, he's qualified to run a local police force, but he's not qualified to run
the military.
This whole government thing. It's because, as you were saying in your other live, the other day, like Marco Rubio would be the more qualified person. There are huge others. Like I would like to see.
Well,
Chelsea,
Rubio. Well, I guess
you
you
know,
could. I guess you could. I'm assuming. Can you be head of the military, secretary of war, whatever he's called? Can you be in that position without having a prior military background? Marco Rubio doesn't have. Marco Rubio does not have a military background.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, his mindset and the way that he is thinking, the way that he is.
He would be a better, yeah. He would be better in a position of leadership than Hegseth. I actually agree with that. I actually do agree that even though Rubio has no military history, he probably would be a better leader for the military than Pete Hegseth. I tend to agree with that.
Oh yeah, yeah, and then also, also that. Did you hear they were talking about the it was the what is it called? They were saying that Trump was part of that of the signal of the chat though.
I have not heard that Trump participated in that signal chat. It sounds like all the violations were committed by Hegseth himself. Yeah. Hegseth actually, he not only put it on signal, but his wife was in on the plan. His wife has no legal right knowing about bombing plans. His wife was in on it. I mean, obviously, Signal itself is not a secure communication method. I mean, he had several violations just doing that alone.
Right. And the thing is, though, Signal is a third-party app, just like just like Telegram, just like the it's the WhatsApp app, though. All those are all of the third-party apps, and then also that though he's sharing it though with his wife, his brother, and I'm like, dude, like. What the hell are you doing? Like, man, like, I don't know. It's because me, myself, I work I officially work of the government, though. People have to have top level tier of like high or it like it's
I get what you're saying, but you do know that Trump is not criticizing Hegseth at all in this stuff.
He should be though.
A message, my lord.
Good luck on that. Let me ask you one other before we move on. Now Trump is talking about terminating birthright citizenship. Do you favor that? Do you think that would be good for America?
I would say no, but he needs to put some stipulations on certain things as far as like, everybody needs to have it as a fair shot though. It's because I am getting tired of a lot of these companies that are, hiring these foreign people, but America has always had this stupid, idiotic type of a way where that they cater to foreign people and they don't want to give the actual of the it's the Americans, it's the it is the benefit of the of the adult, and that is what I really do like hate though. And wow. I would honestly, I would say if he can just tweak it just a little bit, don't try to ban everybody, but
a message, my lord.
But
just very little. So
you do agree partially though with Trump. You do believe the border should be gotten under control. You just maybe think Trump is overdoing it a little bit.
Yeah, and as I always keep saying on the other, other side, the Republicans and Trump, they went far, far, far too right. So they are definitely gonna lose. You know, it's the midterms.
A message, my lord.
I can't wait to see Trump in an orange suit.
That ain't gonna happen. That is never gonna happen. That's not gonna happen, my lord. That's not gonna happen.
Yes, it is.
I gotta move it on, but I'm gonna tell you, you got a lot of messages coming in, but I'm gonna let you know, Trump will die an old wealthy man, having never served a day. He's not gonna see in jail.
I am hoping that the new year will bring that in quickly. So
you're hoping for the demise of the president.
Yes.
Wow, that's harsh. You want the man to die?
Well, he needs to be taught a serious lesson. And if you fucking with people, bad karma will be going back to you. And you all, a
message, my lord.
Yeah, and you already see him at at the table. He's nodding off, and
He's not. Listen, he's a man that's aging. He's not in perfect health. And the karma part you were talking about, after years of making fun of Biden aging, and now you're doing the same shit. That's the karma part. I gotta move it on, my lord, but you answer those messages. Appreciate you coming through, Major.
Hold up. I wanted to give a shout out to Mike, Dencal, and King Finn, aka King Shark. So let them all speak. They are fine men. They need to be put on Mount Rushmore.
God damn! What?
Because I saw this from of the first start. Now, Dencal is a decent man, so I don't know why is Gen X. He needs to stop riding on Trump's dick and get that crap off. So.
A message, my lord.
Okay.
All right.
Mike is like his own little, his poke, Mike is like he is like Poke Fiction, so. All
right.
And then King Finn, the man is just excellent,
Well, they'll all be on the program, many shows indeed. I'll certainly pass a lot of that on, my lord. Appreciate you coming through.
All right, man. Have a good one.
You too. That message is hilarious. That notification message, my lord. I kind of like it. He just printed and made your dollars worthless. Why are you guys happy or just plain ignorant? Who printed what save man, woman? Real quick in the comments, I was laughing while I was talking to my last caller because Lays T or whatever was talking about, listen, I got like 5 cameras aimed at me, and it's kind of often that folks will suggest that I'm, looking cross-eyed. For folks who, this program, the way it's designed, you don't really have to look at your device. It's more designed kind of like an AM radio program. You can kind of just do it based on the audio, but people do look at the screen. Fair enough. And people always say, you look cross-eyed. Well, I occasionally explain this because I'm looking at 5 different cameras. And when I'm not looking at the camera that you're looking at, I look cross-eyed for some reason. But if I look directly at it, it goes away. So it's crazy, but people point it out all the time. You're cross-eyed, and then of course, my beloved MAGA viewers that want to insult me. That's probably one of the most common insults is you're cross-eyed. But no, it's coming from I got multiple cameras, multiple comments flying everywhere. So I do occasionally look at each camera to see what people are typing. We're currently on YouTube, TikTok, X, Facebook, and Instagram. So if you're currently on one of those programs, feel free to say hello and certainly follow us if you're watching on Instagram, Facebook, or if you're watching on TikTok. If you're watching on YouTube, give your boy a sub. But yeah, when I'm not looking at your cameras, yeah, that happens, and people point it out all the time. Mr. G, Will G says this is the weapons of mass destruction phase before the invasion for oil. I'm wondering. I'm going to go out on a limb and maybe paint Trump in a better light than some of my liberal friends might want me to. But I'm starting to wonder if Trump is really going to attack Venezuela, because I think the fix is it. Everybody knows, and I believe MAGA does too. They just don't give a fuck. But everybody knows that what Trump is doing with that military buildup in the Caribbean is not just about Venezuelan drugs. There are plenty of MAGA that sell, deal, traffic, arrest drug dealers. MAGA's not ignorant on what's going on in the drug trade no more than the liberals are. There are tons of dedicated MAGA that know Venezuela is not the primary producer of fentanyl. So I don't, it's hard to, I'm starting to think that we know the purpose of this is likely to thwart or overtake Maduro. It's an American coup in Venezuela. We're trying to get rid of Maduro. And then, of course, their resources like their oil and things like that may be at play. But I don't think anyone is being fooled to believe that we're stopping fentanyl in America. And the simple solution is to ask anybody on the street: is there a drought on fentanyl? I mean, look, you go find folks who get involved in that trade. Have you heard anything about fentanyl? Like when they make a major arrest, you sometimes hear that coke on the streets or crack on the street has went up in price because they don't took a ton of. Is anything like that transpired with fentanyl? Is it reducing the amount of fentanyl in America at all? I would submit to you, no. No, it's not. So I think that even MAGA knows that what Trump is doing goes well beyond just targeting fentanyl. Well beyond that. They can frame it other kind of ways. I think it's more of a case that MAGA is going to defend Trump no matter what. I get it. You like Trump. You think the liberals, the blue hair people are going to destroy America. So the natural inclination is to defend Trump no matter what, even if you don't necessarily agree with what he's doing. Fine. But I think that most MAGA know what Trump is doing off the coast of Venezuela is not just about fentanyl. It's just not. In fact, I'm hearing now that the double tap was about cocaine. Go figure. Go figure. So I'm hearing that they're now suggesting that vessel had cocaine on it. Didn't even have fentanyl on it. Venezuela has the biggest oil reserves in the world, says Will G. I know I didn't know it was the most. I thought we had the most. We just couldn't refine it. Why even try, says you defend corruption, murder, obstruction of justice. Once again, corruption and grape because of point. Yeah, I guess there's some of this in there. Why even try? Because of 0.0006% of the population cheats at sports. This is why you suck. All right, why even try? It ain't quite that bad. I get where you're going with it. It's a worthy post, but it's not that fucking bad. He's saying I defend some of the most awful characteristics of the Trump administration. He says you defend corruption, murder, obstruction of justice, corruption, and grape. And then he says you're defending all of that bad shit because 0.00006% of the population cheats at sports, which is why he's talking about the LGBT or the trans community. And he says, that's why I suck. No, listen. I defend Trump when I think Trump is doing something that's right. And it's more than just keeping trans out of sports with girls. I mean, like I said, letting people in the country that are unvetted could go really south. I mean, I think what Trump is doing on the border is good. I think it's good. I'll give him credit for that. I think he's doing a lot of things that I don't like that could be bad for America long term. But I don't see defending the border as something that's bad. Like for instance, I think his um, willy nilly just breaking up contracts and relationships we have with other countries that could have long standing damage. Like Canadians are not coming to this country. It's going to take some time for that shit to be reversed. You're going to need somebody to get in there like Obama did in 2008 when they said he was on an apology tour. You ever see the movie The Hangover when they pick up the phone and says, "Look, we fucked up." You're gonna need that type of a phone call to many of our allies. We fucked up, like because Trump has really hurt a lot of relationships globally. I mean, talking about taking over Greenland, the Panama Canal. I mentioned making Canada the 51st state, telling Mexico we don't need you, you need us, and all. I mean, he threatened to invade them earlier in this year too. He also threatened Mexico. I mean, we fucked up. I think that's what it's going to take is for another president in the future to get on the phone and have meetings with all of these countries and let them know we apologize for what happened 2024 to 2028 or 2020. Actually, it'll be 2025 to 2029 is when Trump has been in office. 2025 to 2029, we fucked up. I mean, I think, because when you're breaking deals and things like that you signed on the dotted line and Trump comes in and says, fuck it, it's a bad deal. We're just going to break our word. That type of stuff. What we did with the Afghans, for instance, will have to lead to an apology where they helped us defeat the Taliban or fight the Taliban at least, because the Taliban's still in power. But all of these Afghan citizens helped us fight off the Taliban at risk of their own peril. And now Trump has them over here saying, fuck you, we're not going to give you any more benefits, and we may even deport you. So now if we have a conflict in another country and we need citizens of those countries to translate, spy on folks and things, you got to let them know when it came to Afghanistan, we fucked up. We had Trump in office. We won't do you guys like that. We fucked up. That's what I'm saying. We're going to have to tell people we fucked up. You don't have people spy for you and do all this shit and then you treat them like shit as a response. Because you're going to need people like that in the future. You are digging your own grave, Tim. How? How am I? Why even try? You killing me. How am I digging my own grave? I want to know that. Now I'm curious. What the hell am I saying is digging my own grave? I don't know where you're going with that. Let me go back to the box. How the hell am I digging my own grave? The one and only gangsta grandma. Tim, stop using your broke crystal ball. Do you remember Kamala? Look, I remember. Hold on a second, gangsta, because I know I'm gonna get it from you when I say this. I remember Kamala Harris, but Kamala Harris is a VP. The only thing about Kamala Harris is you perceived that she was going to be a bad president. You don't know, though, because as a vice president, she didn't do anything. So you can't say for certain she would be terrible as vice president. You don't know. Gangsta Grandma, good evening. Gangsta Grandma. She fell asleep. Oh, she can be peaceful. I'm moving on. Gangsta Grandma is asleep and snoring. Oh my God, I'm not gonna forget that. Bro, look at me when you're talking to me. Logan, if you give me a super chat, I'll do that. But otherwise, you're just one comment in a million. You just mentioned all of the reasons you stopped defending him, asshat. Huh? I defend Trump when he's doing right. I don't defend him when he's doing wrong. It's as simple as that. I defend him when he's doing things that are right. I don't defend him when he's doing things that are wrong. She passed out. She's not asleep. Draco, what are you trying to indicate, Draco? You say she passed out, but she's not asleep. What are you indicating? Let me go back to the box. Continue on with the program. MAGA reacts. Good evening. Trump deported under 1.5 million. Obama deported over 3 million. Your numbers don't add with the logic. Hang on a second there, MAGA Rex. I think the difference is Trump does stuff with a lot of fanfare behind it. Like, I'll tell you, for instance, right now, a lot of talk is going on about this double tap and these boats that are being blown up off the coast of Venezuela. We don't need to know about that. All Trump has to do is say, we had another strike. We're preventing drugs from entering America. He don't have to show you people getting killed at sea. You don't have to declassify that and put that on TV. Like when Obama droned an American citizen, he didn't go around bragging about that. I mean, so look, because folks often suggest that Trump is being wrongfully chastised and things like that. Look, bragging comes with consequences. If you like to brag, you open yourself up for this shit. Because if he had just simply said, we caught a boat moving illegal narcotics from Venezuela and we have neutralized it, end of discussion. You don't have to show us people getting hit, so we can actually look at the boat and say that boat can't make it, or that boat ain't carrying drugs. You didn't have to show us that. He's the one that wants to get credit and brag about what he's doing, brag about killing people. So Obama didn't do that. Same thing with the deportations. You're pointing out that Obama deported more people than Trump. Well, first of all, Obama served 8 years. Trump has only been in office 4 years and 11 months. So he wants 3,000 deportations a day. He will catch up. But right now, it's the way Trump is deporting people, smashing out car windows and shit and going in schools and courthouses. Obama didn't do that. That's the difference. MAGA Reacts, good evening. Hey.
Trump has to release this shit because, holy shit, if we didn't have it, everyone would think those were fishing boats. And those are not fishing boats.
Well,
smuggling boats, that's the only thing you can do with them is smuggle drugs.
Something, if he did not release it, you wouldn't know what kind of boat it is. Like, for instance, he could say we blew up a submarine. I mean, because they did take out one submersible. That wasn't a fishing boat. I mean, also, you wouldn't know if the boats were the size of a canoe or a yacht. If he just told you we took out a drug boat, you wouldn't know what it was. It's when you see that shit on TV where you look, the boats you're seeing, them boats look like they would have a hell of a time making it 1,100 to 1,500 miles. Plus, how many drug boats carry a half dozen or more people on it? It's normally just enough people to get the mission accomplished. You don't carry a whole bunch of people on the boat.
Well, only one of the boats had 11 people. They could be delivering dealers with their drugs. It could be a million reasons they're trying to smuggle in people with the drugs.
But if he didn't show you the photo, you wouldn't know it was 11 people on it.
Yeah, but that was only one boat. Most of the boats only had 2 or 3 people on it.
What?
And then, if I didn't see the boats, I would agree with you. I think they're fishing boats. I thought they were fishing boats until I saw those videos, and I was like, I know fucking boats. Those are not fishing boats. Fishing boats, especially Colombian fishing boats, don't have 3 or 4 motors. They don't have any shade. They don't have a single fishing device. No fishing net, no fishing poles, no pole holders, no anchor, no rails. These things are not meant for people to be hanging off the side grabbing fish because they would fall right in because there's nothing to stop them from fucking falling in.
Okay, let's go with what you're saying. It's not a fishing boat. You still got all kinds of other shit to prove. You got to prove that the boat is carrying drugs. You got to prove that the boat's destination was America. There is absolutely no evidence whatsoever that those boats were headed to America.
I mean, you can see the drugs in the video. Like, you can see them sitting in the middle of the fucking boat. But as far as it's heading to America, if I told you Al-Qaeda was in the middle of the Caribbean on the ocean, and they're riding a boat around, a smuggling boat around, we don't know if they're coming to America, but we know they're Al-Qaeda. We know let's say it's not drugs. Let's say they have a bomb, and we should take them out. Would you be upset, or you'd be like, okay, they had no business being in that water, even if they're not going to America, I would take them out.
I think that's a good question, but the problem is most Americans do not put drug dealers on the same scale as Al-Qaeda. When you mention Al-Qaeda, we're thinking about like 9/11 in the World Trade Center. Drug dealers are actually meeting a demand. Even though people look, my own dad died of narcotics, so I know what it's like to have a drug. I got more than one family member that's died of this shit. But they use that stuff voluntarily. Nobody made my relatives ingest narcotics. They did it voluntarily, and they ended up, taking their own, which really is akin to suicide. To be honest with you, it cost them their lives. That's not in the same realm as Al Qaeda or ISIS or none of that stuff. Which is why I have odds with Trump calling them terrorists to begin with, because they're not forcing people to use their product. Americans want that stuff.
I would have agreed with you before fentanyl. Fentanyl is different. It comes mixed with cocaine. People are taking cocaine and other drugs, not trying to die, and then they get fentanyl instead and end up dying instantly.
It don't matter if they're trying to die or not. All of those narcotics, with the exception of marijuana, kills people. You can lose your life from coke. You can lose your life from heroin. You can lose your life from all the other shit they bring here. Also, it's just not instant, but people die from all of those other. I mean, the Whitney Houstons and the folks, like, they die from shit that was not fentanyl. So all of that stuff can kill you.
I got you. I also don't think. I think the war on drugs is impossible to win, but I also don't think that boats should be crossing the waters with no opposition whatsoever. You'll be
How about
fine
this?
As long as you don't get this close to America. They should always be in danger. If you're in that fucking line of work, you should always be worried about cops. You should always be worried about the military blowing you up. You should always be worried. You shouldn't be just freely fucking crossing the waters like any other normal person.
How about this? A unilateral military action. Okay, if you believe there's a ton of drug vessels, not unilateral, but a multilateral is the word I'm looking for. Okay, so you got a problem in the Gulf, you got a problem in the Caribbean of drug vessels. Okay, so the countries that border these waterways, I need each one of these countries to put up 5 different vessels to help us patrol. Just like when you had Somali pirates that were taking out cargo shipments off the coast off the Horn of, what is it, the Cape Horn or whatever it's called over there. You had a bunch of countries. It was not just America that was taking out pirate ships. A bunch of those countries stepped up and helped. If that's the case, because listen, drugs don't just harm Americans, it harms all those other countries too. So to me, it would make more sense if Trump demanded that those other countries, including Venezuela, step up and help us stop this poison from flowing through our waterways. That would be more of a unifying message that more countries could get behind. When you just go off the coast of somebody's country or off the coast of their shores and you're just blowing people up, and then you're criticizing the leaders of those countries too, because he's doing that as well. That's where people don't agree with him.
Tim, you're acting like we're in South Africa doing this. This is our backyard.
No, it's not.
Just as much
1,100 miles away is not your
coast.
no. 1,100 miles away is not your backyard. That's not. This stuff ain't nowhere near America.
The U.S. Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico are right there.
No,
that's like 100 miles away from Puerto Rico or California.
I don't
think on the other side in the Pacific.
Let me see.
Look at the map.
Yeah, I'm about to do that. I don't think you know what the map looks like. This stuff is not in our backyard,
I'm
dude.
pretty sure the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico are right above Venezuela.
Yeah, but they're not 100 miles. This stuff is much further away than that.
From South Florida, but not from like I said, Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands.
The point I'm making is this is not in our backyard, as you're alluding to. It's not in our backyard.
It's called the Gulf of America now, so it is our backyard.
It ain't even and that's the thing, is this stuff is not even happening in the Gulf of America. They're down much further south of that. It's not even happening in the Gulf.
It's like where the Gulf meets the ocean, I think.
No.
I don't know exactly the water border of the Gulf.
I'll see if I can save this image, because I want to see if I can bring it, because I don't think you realize how far away this shit is taking place.
Hold on. Go on the map. Where's Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands?
Okay, now let me see if I can scroll. There we go. Okay, the red spot there is Venezuela. Now you see they indicating it's 1,367 miles from Caracas to Miami. Now that's crossing over. Looks like Haiti there. Haiti and the Dominican Republic is there. Puerto Rico. Now Puerto Rico, I believe, is off to the left there. Let me see if I don't know if I can highlight it where you can see it, but you see where that little thing. I believe that's Puerto Rico right there.
Yeah, some of the boats were below that.
But think about it. If this trip from Miami to Caracas is 1,367 miles, that means this stuff here, Haiti and Dominican Republic, is about half the way through. So that means you're talking about 700 miles just to get here. This is obviously, so Florida's out of the picture. This is way beyond Florida. Not to mention, you got to go through 2 countries just to even get to Florida. So at best, you can try to say Puerto Rico. At best, you can say Puerto Rico. And even Puerto Rico is going to be at least 700 or 800 miles away.
Puerto Rico's the other little island.
This one here.
The one right there.
Yeah.
That's Puerto Rico.
Okay, so that's
right above Venezuela.
Right, but
that's all our waters. That's all our waters.
But that is not our waters.
That's way more our water.
No, it's
like the South of China Sea.
So Dominican Republic, Haiti, and all these other countries, it ain't their waters at all. We just took it over. It's not our waters.
It's theirs too, but it's our backyard, is what I'm trying to say. Like we don't own it, but it's our backyard.
No. So, but when you look at the distance from Caracas to Puerto Rico, that's got to be 600 or 700 miles in itself.
What do you mean?
The distance from Venezuela to Puerto Rico has got to be 600 or 700 miles.
Yeah, but boats make that trip all the time. And then we also have the Guantanamo Bay in Cuba, and we have bases all over the Caribbean.
I don't think I've ever heard the Trump administration indicate they're worried about fentanyl going to Puerto Rico. They're talking about that shit coming here.
That's not what we're arguing. We're arguing if we have the right to have our boats in that water. And I'm telling you, this is our backyard. This is where our boats usually patrol normally.
So you're saying all of this waterway that is between Puerto Rico and Venezuela, we have a right to be down there, all in this stuff, patrolling this.
From the Gulf of Mexico to the
Gulf of Mexico is way the fuck over here.
Yeah, from there to where you pointed, where Puerto Rico is, to the Panama Canal. That's all our backyard.
Let me ask you to you this way.
Especially North America.
Let me ask you to you this way.
That's our backyard.
Let me ask you to you this way. Is there anywhere on this screen that you believe the United States does not have the right to patrol?
That little piece of water that goes into Venezuela. It's probably a lake. That's about it. Because we use the Panama Canal all the time, or I think we used to use it.
It's all up in people's shit, just patrolling. And Trump ran on.
That's nothing new. That's nothing new. We've been doing that. We've been patrolling the oceans of the world since day one.
Trump ran
we had sail ships.
Trump ran on not getting us into new wars. We're going to stop getting involved in overseas conflicts and take care of America first. What you're defending is exactly the opposite of that.
I don't think so.
You're talking about patrolling. You're talking about patrolling waterways off the coast of everybody else's country. All of these countries south of the border got to deal with U.S. ships patrolling off their coast. That is getting involved in overseas conflicts.
Tim, we patrol all the waters of the whole world.
So in other words, Trump is just more of the same.
Yeah. I mean, he still has. I mean, what war did he get us into? I mean, even you just said that. I don't think he's going after Venezuela.
I'm wanting to be right on that so bad, but look, the analysts, a lot of military folks are saying you would not put that much assets in that region without using it. 10% of the U.S. military is down there. 10% of our military.
This is our backyard.
It's not our backyard.
This is like their backyard. This is not like their 10% in near Taiwan, which we probably have just as many ships near Taiwan. But this is literally our backyard. So 10% of our boats being there is not that crazy. Like, I don't know.
We don't normally have aircraft carriers in that region. What are you talking about? This is not crazy. It's very crazy. 10% of our military is off the coast of Venezuela, and you think that's normal? to stop some drug boats? You got whole aircraft carriers with hundreds of gunships and fighter jets because of a couple
They're
boats.
within 250 miles of Puerto Rico and Guantanamo Bay. So yes, that's not that crazy to have boats in that water, in these waters.
The shit that
is they're heading to the Panama Canals to go to the Pacific.
The shit that's coming out of
those waters.
The shit that is coming out of Venezuela, you could take that, you could deal with that stuff with far less military. We have overkill in that area. We have a buildup that's indicating that we're going to invade Venezuela and not stopping drug boats.
I don't know. I think we've always had overkill deployment of our Navy everywhere.
Yeah.
So I don't know what to tell you about that.
How about
as far as the drug boats? They're drug boats. They shouldn't be able to freely travel across the water like that.
I'm fine.
They're not even trying to hide. They're not even trying to be disguised as anything. They're just straight up smuggling in open water with no. In the middle of the day. I don't think most of these strikes were at night. It was all done during the middle of the day.
I don't know if when you see the strikes, they look like they're using FLIR or infrared. So I don't know what time of day they're being used, but like I said, until you show me solid evidence that those boats have a destination of the United States, we don't have a legal right to take them out, in my opinion. You got to prove that their destination, they were going to go around Haiti, they're going to go around the Dominican Republic, or I guess you want to say they're going to Puerto Rico. But if you can't prove that the destination was America, then we don't have a right to be down there doing anything. You're basically saying that if any illegal activity off the coast of any of these countries, America has the right to interfere with it. That's not true. That's international waters.
Yeah, it is true.
No, it's not.
There's still international law, and I don't think these drugs are legal internationally. I didn't know cocaine was legal as far as like maritime law is concerned. If it is, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. And especially smuggling. I mean, this isn't like a gram of coke. This is pounds of coke. You can see them right there at the deck of the ship, the hull of the ship. I keep calling it a ship, the hull of the boat.
The boats I've seen getting blown up, I have not been able to visually detect drugs like you're saying. You can tell they're carrying drugs?
Yeah, you can see them right there in the middle. I'll bring up a video right now. Shit. My camera works.
I'd be curious to see that. Why even Tress says you defend Trump by bringing up tiny things that could never outweigh the bad in any single way. Well, I'm not weighing the things against each other. Like I get taking away people's constitutional rights is worse than banning men from participating in women's sports, but that don't mean I don't mention women's sports. I mean, you're making it sound like if one thing is bigger than the other thing, I shouldn't bring up the small thing at all. So I think the way you're phrasing that, I disagree with. Jermaine says MAGA equals no common sense. He might be talking about you, MAGA Reacts. Let me know when you got the map up. Tim, you can see the bales of drugs, says Draco. Well, he's about to show me, Draco. He's saying you can actually see the drugs. I'll be curious to see because of it. And I also would ask this. If you can see the drugs, can you also see the gasoline? Because if that boat is going to do 1,700 miles, it's got to be carrying a significant amount of fuel. What do you got here? I'm looking.
All right. So right here, you see these... You see these white containers? That's definitely like drugs. Right here, you got all these little boxes right there. That looks like drugs to me.
Why can't they be canned for fuel?
Because it's a smuggling boat, Tim. You see the
so where's all the gas?
The four motors are easly $100,000 or more, probably $120,000.
Right, but the question. Hold on. The question I'm asking you: with all of that horsepower, with all of those motors, and I agree, you don't put all those motors on the fishing boat, but with all of those motors, where's all the additional fuel at?
Oh, it's usually in the hull. Like it's usually in this area right here.
So let's go with this.
It could be in this little forward area. It could be anywhere underneath.
So then let's go with this.
Like multiple layers.
Let's go with this then. So when they blew up the double tap boat, if it's carrying all of that fuel in the hull, why wasn't the boat completely destroyed? Why are they indicating they were trying to flip the boat back over? If you got that much fuel in that boat, the secondary explosion is going to be off the chain. Something ain't making sense.
A lot of them did catch fire, though.
No, you don't get
How protected the fuel? How strong the fuel tanks are?
I just played a video by Senator Cotton, Tom Cotton. He's suggesting he saw the video and there were two survivors trying to flip the boat back over. If that boat is full of fuel, there's not going to be a boat left to flip over. Something is not making sense.
Yeah, what he said didn't make any sense. I want to see the video for myself, and I'll tell you after that. But I mean, these boats, like most fishing boats, have what's called a walk-around design, so you could walk around and fish. And they usually have a railing so you don't fall overboard while picking up fish. They don't have 3 motors. They're not so bare bone. These things have no seats, no shade. You're gonna be out in the ocean, and you're gonna be out in the sun, and you're gonna fucking have no shade to protect while you're fishing. I don't know what else to tell you.
I mean, you make a good point that the boats don't come across as fishing boats based on what you're saying, but I'm not 100% certain they're drug boats either based on that. And like I said, I'm still going to remain adamant that none of this proves they were en route to America. You just have a different viewpoint of America should be able to intervene in international waters and blow them up no matter where they're going. I don't believe I don't believe in that. I don't agree with that. That America should be able to go hundreds of miles off of its shores and blow up drug vessels that may not even be heading to America. I don't buy that. I don't agree with that whatsoever.
We are the #1 market for drugs, so it's a very good chance they're coming here. Especially, I mean, these boats, they can make it to America, but where else are they going to go other than the other Caribbean islands? And the ones in the Pacific, there's no really any other target.
They can't be going to Mexico?
They're trying to go to Hawaii.
They can't be going to Mexico?
Mexico doesn't have problems getting drugs.
Yeah, but you know?
So the supply in Mexico is pretty good, from what I understand.
I would just say it like this: it would make more sense if America let the boat get a couple 100 miles off the coast of Florida and then blew it up. When you're blowing up the boat 1,300 miles away and saying, "Well, we knew it was going to head all the way across this, it was coming right to us," I'm not. That's a hard sell to me. If you let the boat go all the way past these, I showed you the map here. If you let the boat go around all of those countries and you blew it up in the Gulf of Mexico, which I still call it that. If you blew it up in the Gulf of Mexico, where now it was pretty clear it's on a trajectory to come to America, not only would you meet my statement that it looks like it's coming to America, you would also have definitive proof that it's not only not a fishing boat, but it is capable of traveling hundreds of miles because it would have done it. That to me would be, and it wouldn't stop. It wouldn't take any sweat off of Trump's back. Just put the military in the Gulf of Mexico, and when they get there, you can hit them.
The law they're using to attack them is a terrorism law, and I don't think you're allowed to let terrorists get close to America. Yeah, if they get close to America, I think the rules change.
Yeah, and I absolutely do not agree with calling them terrorists. They're not terrorizing anybody. They're not terrorists. They're selling people drugs that people want. People know that fentanyl is dangerous, and people still want fentanyl. So they're not.
See, I agree with that when it comes to the drug dealers here in America, because they're small time. But these guys have to be partially terrorists to be successful. Otherwise, the government wouldn't be afraid of them. The government of Venezuela, I mean.
They're not terrorizing. They're not terrorizing Americans, though. America is not being terrorized by drug dealers. The cartel may be terrorizing people in Mexico. Nobody in America is being terrorized by these groups.
All right. Nobody in America is really terrorized by the terrorists in the Middle East, but we still killed them.
No, we have had Middle Easterners come to this country and do stuff to us. We've had them blow up our interests abroad. I mean, we've had the USS Cole.
Cartel crimes here all the day. We've had cartel crimes here all day. So I don't know if you're going to compare.
Yeah, but crime and terrorism are two different things. Crime is you getting involved. You guys got a personal relationship or a crime of opportunity. Terrorism is usually doing something for a political reason. You want to make a political point. That what's going on off the coast of Venezuela does not fit the definition of terrorism. Terrorism is usually violence for a political point, and they're not trying to make. They're just trying to make money.
I bet money the cartel has killed more people in America, and I mean outside of drug use, than terrorists have.
So what's next? You're going to deem street gangs? I mean, the Crips and Bloods have killed a lot of people. You going to make them terrorists next too?
No, they're Americans, and they have American rights and under American jurisdiction, and the law will take care of them. This is outside America, and these are borderline foreign invaders.
Yeah, to me, I need to see evidence they're coming to America. All of this speculation, well, we're the biggest user of drugs, so they're probably coming here. To me, when you're killing people, you got to be a little bit more definitive than that. You're actually killing people. And the best we got is speculation. You're killing people.
Look, I agree with you. I like it's a little bit much, but I'm just here mostly to tell you to stop calling them fucking fishing boats. Because, like, this is what a fishing boat's supposed to look like. You know? This is a fucking fishing boat. Like, what's a good example of a little fishing boat? Like, this is a fucking fishing boat right here. You know?
I went fishing, deep sea fishing off the coast of New Zealand, and that ain't what I was in. I was in a bigger boat than that, and
that's the richer country. Yeah, no, I wouldn't use these for deep sea fishing at all. Well, that's the other thing. These boats are not that deep. They're not meant to be fishing in the middle of the ocean because you need a deep hull to be sitting in the middle of the ocean. But to move through the middle of the ocean, you just have to have a long hull that could cut through the waves. So you kind of need a much deeper hull to sit and fish in the middle of the ocean.
I will give you, because they also had a submersible or a submarine or whatever. I will give you that some of these boats or the boats they're blowing up do not look like fishing boats. But all of that rest of that shit you're trying to explain away has to be speculated. I'm guessing they're coming to America and all of this shit that this is in our backyard. Caracas, Venezuela is in our backyard. I don't agree with any of that. I don't agree that
the boats they blew it up. I think this was carrying fuel for the other boats. I think this one was just.
But that's the problem, Magarex. When you're murdering people, you shouldn't have to think. They should be able to provide you clearer cut answers. Like I stated to you earlier, just simply putting the U.S. military in the Gulf of Mexico, where it becomes more obvious where they're headed, would solve a lot of this stuff. Then you know for sure they're coming to the United States. But when you're hanging off the coast of Caracas, talking about, well, that's our backyard. The coast of Venezuela ain't our fucking backyard. When you start, I mean, even our cruise ships don't go there. Look, you can go catch a Royal Caribbean or a Carnival. They don't go all the way down there. That ain't backyard. They don't go hundreds of, you don't get on a cruise ship and travel 1,000 miles like that. That ain't backyard. That's completely outside of America.
No, that's our backyard. But I agree with you that we don't know where they're going, and we might be able to do a little bit too much. We could capture them. Maybe we should capture them.
How fucking big is our backyard?
Basically all of North America, at least. All of North and Central America at the least. And then South America is 50-50, but I think South America also counts.
So all of the ocean surrounding Canada, that's all our backyard too, right?
Fuck yeah.
Just the whole Western Hemisphere.
That's why we should have taken Greenland, because we patrol all those. We have a base in Greenland for a reason.
And you wonder why people hate us. I gotta go, MAGA.
This was a fact way before Trump. I mean, Trump just made.
No, I don't disagree with that. But now Trump is killing people. Trump is killing people under those facts.
When are you gonna let me fix your live? You don't need 5 cameras. You need 1 camera and maybe 2 computers. I'll try to get it done with a computer and a tablet.
I've been studying the app. Like there's a lot of shit there. I saw your video. There's a lot of steps to that. That ain't something you can just.
To go live is very simple. You just get on it, turn on a camera, or connect your phone as a camera, and just go live.
It ain't gonna put you on all the platforms though.
That's the difference. There's another step to do that.
I've seen your video. There's a lot of steps to do that. That is not as simple as you're making it sound. I watched the video. It's 9 minutes long. It's 9 fucking minutes long.
Tim, that's also the setup video. I can help you set
show
it up.
Show me a video.
It takes 1 minute.
Show me a video that's 1 minute without those simple steps that put you on all the platforms. Show me that. And then you gotta sell. I gotta go. Show me that video.
Like you're turning on 6 phones. That's not that easy.
No,
either,
show me your 2 computer, one device, in a video that doesn't take 9-10 minutes to show all the steps. Is what I'm saying. Show me that. Show me it being done, and I'll believe you.
I'll show you what you have to do every day because the everyday stuff isn't 9 minutes. What I showed you is like step by step how to set it up. Once you're set up, it's a lot quicker.
All right, I gotta go. I'll look forward to getting the video. Moving on with the program. Get his knees pleaser. Get this knees pleaser off the line, says Truck Line. Well, look, he supports Trump. He believes that Trump is doing a good job. There's a lot of things he said that I disagree with. He did say something I do agree with. I am starting to agree with is that the boats they're blowing up are not fishing boats. That does look like there may be some legitimacy to that. Because one of them is a submersible. So there does look like there may be some legitimacy that they're not fishing boats. But the problem is the Trump administration has come out and said one of the boats they blew up had cocaine on it. So with Trump pardoning the former president of the Honduras, what was his name? Orlando Hernandez or something like that. That guy who pumped 400 metric tons of cocaine into America. Why are you blowing up coke boats and then pardoning coke dealers? There's so much of this shit that's inconsistent. You have to be crazy to criticize anybody that is criticizing Trump. This is not some smooth sailing event. Because he's trying to, like what last caller was trying to suggest, is that these boats are capable of doing 1,400 mile journeys because they got a bunch of extra fuel on board. But somehow when a U.S. missile blew the boat up with all that fuel on board, the boat was able to be flipped back over and reused again. That doesn't make any sense. Not to mention, as you see, my last caller put up the boat with the 4 Outback motors. You can't flip that shit over. If a boat like that with 4 motors on it is blown up or flipped over in the water, you're not going to flip that back over by hand. So there is so much the Trump administration is saying that does not make sense that I can't see how anybody would be insulted by folks criticizing what he's doing. Tom Cotton again.
The first strike, the second strike, and the third and the on September 2nd were entirely lawful and needful, and they were exactly what we would expect our military commanders to do.
What exactly did you see in terms of the video of the second strike? Were there survivors?
I saw 2 survivors trying to flip a boat loaded with drugs down to the United States, back over, so they could stay in the fight. And
now, how can you do that with a boat that is loaded with fuel? The boat is loaded with fuel, hit by a missile, and there's still enough of it left to flip over, and you can put the drugs back in it. So the boat is loaded with fuel and virtually nothing is destroyed other than some people on board. The people die, but the boat can be flipped over and reused. The drugs are still available. Does that make any sense to anybody? Does that make any sense to anybody? This boat is capable of doing a journey that's over 1,000 miles, so it's loaded with fuel. That boat would have a secondary explosion that would look like a hell of a lot of TNT going off at sea. There's not going to be survivors. There's certainly not going to be drugs that make it through that journey, and absolutely not enough left of the boat to flip over. So even though I agree with MAGA Reacts in suggesting that these don't look like fisher boats, this boat here was not going to make a 1,300 mile journey. If it's enough left of it to flip it back over, if it's light enough to be flipped back over, that boat was not going to do 1,300 miles. Whatever they blew up was not coming to the U.S. logistically, what he is saying, and he's claiming he's seen the video from the second strike, the second missile, the double tap. If what he is saying is true, it's logistically impossible for what Trump's administration is saying to be true. One of them is lying. It's as simple as that. One of them are lying. One of them is not telling the truth. They're also full of shit. Yeah, says bag of slayer. Yeah, one of them has to be lying. Either Tom Cotton is lying or Hegseth and the Trump administration is lying. But one of them, there's no, logistically, it's not going to happen. You're not going to flip a 4-motor Outback boat over by hand in open water. That's just not going to happen. Let me go back to the box. Big Dog, shout out to you. Thank you very much. Going to, let's try it again with Gangsta Grandma. King Finn, I just saw you. King Finn, you got called out something ugly earlier.
I was not snoring. It was my son. I apologize. I was taking a shower because you numbnut took fucking forever. You take fucking forever, even with paid subscribers. You take fucking forever.
Everybody on the show is a subscriber. Everybody on the show is a subscriber, Gangsta.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are.
No, they're not.
It's a subscriber show.
No, the one that Jusoko put before me, he wasn't even a paid subscriber. Okay. Shut the fuck up, man. But you, both of you numbnuts that was on before MAGA Reaction,
okay.
Even if they was votes, they wasn't supposed to blow them up any fucking ways. So shut the fuck up, both your asses. You're just stupid.
Wait a minute. He hasn't.
Well, I'll agree with you. They don't look like fishing boats. It don't matter if they was or they wasn't. He wasn't supposed to do this shit.
Well, he deemed them as terrorists, so that gives him the right to do it.
And you know what else, you both, you fucking numbnuts? The F drug don't come from Venezuela, you numbnuts. It's cocaine.
Yeah. That I'm aware of and I agree with you on, but they're saying it's fentanyl coming out of there.
It isn't. It's from China. But you don't see the white man going to China, do you? Because he knows if he fucks with China, that's going to be a fucking war.
I do believe that. So what's going on there? Why is he doing this?
He wants the oil.
Yeah. What, are you listening to a horror movie in the background?
What, but guess what? The white man's going to say, why are they coming over here? Because we're destroying the fucking shit again. Why do you think that every country that we destroy, people come and try to make it a better over here? Because the United States fucks everything up for the other countries. And then they cry about it, the white man.
They're going to suggest your rhetoric means you hate America.
Oh, shut the fuck up. I don't have a big cock in my mouth like you. Okay, I'm just telling the fucking damn truth.
It's almost...
You are a fucking undercover maggot. You know what you guys fucking are? All you motherfucking maggots are. You guys worry about there's men and women's sports. Do you realize there are more females in men's sports than fucking men, you dumb fuck?
What are you talking about?
Oh, what are you talking about? You know those girls that play boy sports?
No, I don't.
Yes, there is, you numbnuts. Because you know why? My granddaughters do it. My granddaughter plays football, and she's a quarterback.
And there are boys on the field tackling her?
Yes, you numbnuts. So why are you over here bitching about men playing girl sports? It's mostly females, you numbnuts.
Here's the difference.
There isn't no difference.
Yes, it is. Here's the difference.
No, there isn't, because you have the fucking homophobic bitches. That's what the fuck you are. You ain't no fucking damn. Oh, I'm an L. I know, bitch. If you're complaining about that, you're not. You're an undercover fucking maggot. I like sucking dick. Let's keep
what
it
the hell? Wait a minute.
Yeah, now let's keep it a buck, Tim. You are old ass fucking black man that thinks that, oh my God, there's such things as men and fucking female sports. And there really isn't. I'll go Google it. It isn't. There's females in men's sports.
Okay, first of all, plenty of liberals defend biological males being able to play in women's sports. That's where it's coming from. Liberals are defending this shit. It's wrong.
Show me proof there's a lot of it going on. There's more females than males.
Okay.
So shut the fuck up with your ugly ass.
Why?
I'm so sick of you motherfuckers complaining about fucking shit that really doesn't even exist. We have a numbnuts in office that's going to take everything from us.
What do you mean take everything?
And you're worried about men and girls' sports.
What do you mean by take everything from us?
Birthright citizenship. Do you know what birthright citizenship was for? Black people, you numbnuts.
Well, black people. Yeah, but.
And you know what? And you know how ignorant you fucking are? You know how ignorant you are? You really thought, and I even told you this. Oh, you over here say, you know what? They're going after the Mexicans, the brown people. They're not going to come for us. Bitch, they're coming for you. They are coming for you.
I may have made that
That's
mistake.
how ignorant you are. You're so fucking ignorant that you assume that you're fucking safe. But you're never going to be safe because you're black, you numbnut.
Why I gotta be numbnuts and sucking dick all the time?
Because I'm so sick of ignorance on both fucking sides. You are ignorant so-called liberal. Then you have fucking maggots that are fucking ignorant. Two of you motherfucking ignorants don't make a good team.
Why are you suggesting that I'm MAGA and all this crazy shit?
You are, because you do stupid fucking shit. You over here validate fucking ignorance. You don't push back on Maggie Reacts. You don't push back at Jeremy. You over here cupcaking with their asses.
You know something? I do push back. And Jeremy at this point.
You don't.
At this point.
People be in the thing say push back. You don't. You push back more on me than you do the numbnuts.
Draco says you want the WNBA and the NBA combined. You want just one basketball league with all men and women, huh?
Do you realize there are women that play men's sports? What the fuck are you talking about? Fucking dumb, that's how dumb you are.
I don't think you get it. I don't think you get it.
Oh, shut the fuck up. I know what the fuck I get.
I
know bitch about what one or two fucking people play in goddamn sports when there's other shit to fucking worry about. I'm not like you. I'm not homophobic.
So
I'm not transphobic. Yes, you are,
this
Tim.
has nothing.
You're not a fucking ally. You're one of these fucking ally. You're a fucking damn numbnut.
This has nothing to do with being transphobic.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it really fucking does. That's where it came from. See how dumb you are, how ignorant you are?
I think you are the reason MAGA talk about liberals.
And I think you're a whole bitch. How about that?
What the?
And I think you're a fucking sellout. And I think you're a cunt-sucking ass bitch. How about that? How about that?
See there? You see there?
No, because I'm not going to kiss your fucking white tea ass.
Oh, I'm white now?
That's how you are, Tim. Oh, well, they don't like it because of me. No, I'm telling the fucking truth. You guys are fucking numbnuts. You guys over here, you're picking shit.
Wait.
Picking shit.
What? Let me just get clarity here. What the hell am I doing wrong, in your opinion?
This man, you a cock-sucking ass bitch from a fucking dad for the white man. That's what you are. Yeah, you want me to tell the truth? That's what you are.
How
you give these motherfuckers so much? You give these people so much fucking grace to spit all the fucking all the misinformation. You don't even push back. When Jeremy was on, you didn't push back tonight. You did. You won't even. You never push back like that, Tim. You don't say this. Show the proof.
Let me say it like this. MAGA Reacts wants to talk to you. You want to talk to MAGA Reacts?
I don't want to talk to that bitch because I will go to jail tonight. I really don't, because I really want to cook his ass. I already got a fucking warning. I will go and I will be a TikTok president for fucking like a month. Fuck him, fuck his mama, and everything else about him. He bends over like a whole bitch. And you know what's funny? They're coming from him. They're going after him now because they want to take their citizenships away.
How are they going after people like that?
You know that because you even said it, Tim. Are you going to backtrack on that too, Tim?
I'm just asking you a question. That's all I'm doing.
No, I'm telling you. Are you going to go against that, what you said too, Tim? Now they're not going after them?
I didn't say that.
They're going after their citizenship. They are. They are going after their citizenship. They said it. He's been saying it. Now natural citizenships, the ones that, you come over here and use kids, and your mommy and your daddy got it for you, yeah, bitch, they're coming for you now.
Let me ask it to you this way. Do you support birthright citizenship?
Yes.
So if somebody sneaks in this country, has no legal right to be here, gives birth, you believe that?
That's what it was black people there, right? That's what birthright citizenship was for. It's for black people.
Yeah, but that was, you talking about.
So if he takes that from you, he takes that. What do you fucking think he's going to do?
Okay, first of all, you're talking about, for blacks, you're talking about stuff like slavery, though.
Oh my fucking God, that's what the birthright citizenship was for.
Okay.
You fucking dumbass, the 14th Amendment.
Okay, so what about people that are sneaking in the country that has nothing to do with slavery or the 14th Amendment?
That's it, it's all underneath it. It's all, birthright citizenship is for everybody. So if he takes that, everybody's going to be affected. It's not for the illegals, you numbnuts. The first one was for blacks. Us.
How is taking away birthright citizenship going to affect all of us?
Oh my God, Dave! I can't deal with you. You're ignorant.
I'm just asking a question.
You're beyond fucking ignorant, man. Go suck on something else. You fucking drinking your goddamn thing, man. Because you're fucking ignorant, Tim. What do you think? Why? Oh my! I'm so damn done. I can't fuck with you no more. I seriously cannot fuck with you no more. Because you're ignorant, Tim. You're fucking ignorant. I don't even know what the fuck to call you anymore. You're ignorant. What do you think that it was fucking first started for? And you don't think it won't affect you like you stood the first time? Oh, they're not coming for black people. We're safe. No, bitch, they're coming for you next.
I guess it was a simple question. How is birthright citizenship affecting all of us?
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious.
Oh my God, I can't deal with you. I can't deal with you, Tim. You're ignorant. You're fucking ignorant.
Okay.
It was for you numbnuts!
And as Maggie X rightfully says, in 2025, black people are not slaves.
It's our ancestors, you fuckwad. And if it wasn't for our ancestors being here, you fuckwad, you wouldn't be here, you fuckwad!
So what do you suggest?
See how ignorant you are? You got so much white dick in your side in you. You think it will nothing you ever affect you. That's why birthright citizenship. That's why everybody's going crazy saying if he takes that, it's going to affect everybody up.
Real quick, and hold on a second. In the comments, Michaela says, could I get 10 minutes if I call you? Nope. That's a paid bitch on the phone. No, you would get 10 minutes, Michaela, or whatever. No, you would actually get 10 minutes. Bring your ass over to the Handsome Liberal on TikTok or come on over to Instagram. We'll give you 15 minutes. You ain't got to pay shit. No, you got that one wrong, whoever they are. We don't block, ban, or censor any damn body. Even the ones that call us a fuckwad, which you are wrong.
No, but being real, man. But if birthright citizenship gets taken, we are screwed.
How?
We are screwed.
How?
Tim, are you? Oh, I can't deal with you. How do you think, Tim? They can say that none of us will be here. That's how dumb you are.
So what do you?
That's how uneducated you making black men look very stupid.
Okay, call me stupid. Let me make sure I'm getting this clear. So you said if they get rid of birthright citizenship, they're going to go back and say that my ancestors had no right to be here, therefore it'll apply to me.
Yep.
That's bullshit.
Okay, Tim. Okay, like you said, it was bullshit that they will come after fucking black people, right, Tim? Right, Tim? This is a Triple K you're talking to, you dumb fuck.
So getting rid of birthright citizenship is going to cause all black people that came through the slave trade.
It's going to cause a lot more than black people. He doesn't want us here, Tim. Why the birthright citizenship is the 14th Amendment, and it was for us.
So what we? Wait. So let me ask you. Let me continue being ignorant here. I don't even know what. Hold on.
Your mama dropped you on your fucking head. Or your dad did smoke a lot of crack.
Okay, fine.
And your brains are fucked up.
Okay, fine. I don't even know what my heritage of origin is going back to the slave trade. So if they ban birthright citizenship, where am I going to go? Where are they sending me?
Biden, Nicaragua? He don't give a fuck about you. He don't give a fuck about you. He'll put you in one of the Honduras and shit. He said he would.
So
you ain't special, Tim.
So
you're just an average fucking black man. Another fucking N-word. Like he said, you're another fucking N-word. And he will ship your ass out.
So he's going
to... Let me tell you something. History is repeating itself. Because let me tell you, they kicked out United States people. They kicked out the Mexicans. United States Mexicans. People that had papers and everything else that lived here. They kicked them out in the 20s. They kicked them out in early 1900s. Oh yes, history is repeating itself, and it's coming from more than Mexicans this time. It's coming from all black and brown people.
How about this? Tommy Brown says, "I am white, and my ancestors were slaves too." So are you suggesting this?
Oh, bitch, you don't even know what a slave is. You what? Oh, what? Italian? Oh, what? Oh, no. What is those other people called? Who else was those slaves?
Irish.
Irish? Oh, do you guys want a cookie? A sugar cookie? You guys didn't have it half as bad as black folks. So shut the fuck up. You were just pussies. You didn't get whipped. You didn't get hung. You didn't get raped. Shut the fuck up.
I'm just baffled that you believe that if they get rid of birthright citizenship, all of the black people that have ancestries and slaves are going to get kicked out. I'm like 6-7 generations in.
Watch. Mark, history is repeating. Why would you get rid of birthright citizenship? It's not because of the illegals. They're blaming them. There's more to this shit, Tim. Way deeper than that, Tim. Because he don't have to get rid of birthright citizenship for that. He don't. He doesn't. He can put a thing in and tell that they had a baby and so such to remove both of them. Oh, no. Why does he want to get rid of it? It's deeper than that, Tim.
I don't know.
And you're still sucking a cock.
I see in the comments, Paul says, Juju says she is right. They coming for you too. So the end goal, in your opinion, is to deport all black people.
Deport black and brown people, you numbnuts. It's not just your fat fucking ass. It's the black and brown people.
Even citizens.
They did it before to the Mexicans. And do you realize in early 1900s, they in Texas, they was rounding up the Mexicans and unaliving them? Yeah. United States citizens? So shut the fuck up.
You missed some groups. Live Squad Nation says there were Slavic slaves, Irish slaves, and Islamic slaves.
Not on United States soil. I don't give a fuck about anybody else, but United States, no, they wasn't. Only there was the white tea ones, but you guys had it fucking easy. So shut the fuck up. So when they're taking the birthright citizenship, oh, they're coming for everybody. Black and brown.
Will it be enough people left in the country for the country to function? Damn, you said
it's all about white, man.
Sticky Finger says, tailgates to grandma. Happy Friday, and I miss you, and you doing okay. Do you need anybody or anything loved for you? It's a hell of a comment.
Huh?
Do you need...
I'm worried about fucking blood. I ain't worried about that shit. Well, anyway, I'm telling you the fucking truth, Tim.
You're scaring me.
Bam.
What? You're scaring me. You're frightening me.
Oh, well, you know what? Let me tell you, Tim. You know, get off the white man's cock and you might see it. You might open your fucking eyes and become black again.
I'm not only...
You know how many times we took your fucking black card from you, Tim? Do you know how many fucking damn times you push back on me more than you push back on a white man?
I actually let you speak.
You push back on me though, Tim.
But gangster, you
make me go come back and fire your ass up even more. You know what? You don't even give the damn bitches all the ones that's doing the misinformation that we have to fight to throw out. You don't. You let them talk. Let them talk. Well, even if it's misinformation, you let them. No, you're supposed to push the fuck back. So where's the fucking proof?
Okay, so I push back on you more because I push back on you.
Even Michael even said to push the fuck back, and you did it.
And by the way, when I talked about the Slavic and Islamic slaves, the individual respondent said that was on U.S. soil. So we had Islamic slaves.
You guys didn't have it bad, though. That's what I'm saying, you numb nuts. You guys wasn't great. You guys wasn't hung. You guys wasn't beat. You guys wasn't tortured like that. Shut the fuck up. You wasn't great to having fucking mixed kids. You wasn't, your women wasn't breastfeeding white kids. Shut the fuck up, man.
Okay. I don't look. Some of this is heavy. I don't necessarily believe everything you're saying is the problem. Which is why.
All right, Tim. Like you didn't believe us when they said they wasn't come out to the black folks. Now they are. And what? The Somalis, the ones that voted for him, they're United States citizens, and he's gonna kick them out. Yeah, United States citizens. So shut the fuck up about you don't believe. Mark my fucking words. Like I said, history repeated itself. This time he's going to go harder. He's going to take birthright citizenship away. And we're in trouble.
Well, we absolutely are in trouble if what you're saying is true. I never even thought of it in the manner you're talking about.
What is birthright citizenship, Tim? It's under the 14th Amendment.
But he's talking...
Why is the 14th? Because the black people came over here.
But when he's talking about taking away birthright citizenship, that's going forward, not going back throughout history and doing it.
Okay, Tim, believe everything the white man says. Like, you know what? Like he said a whole lot of shit. Did it ever come true? No. You know what, Tim? Keep on believing the white man. See how fucked you'll get in the ass without lube. You know, you always believe him. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you. Like, something's really mentally not there with you. When you just sit here and believe a white man saying, we're just going to take birthright citizenship from now on. Oh, fuck the past, right, Tim?
I have to see it. I gotta move it. I gotta move it on, but what you're saying is frightening. I don't know if I submit to it or subscribe to your theory, but
I bet you won't. I bet you'll submit to a white man, though. Yes, master. You a house ninja. Oh, God, you really are. You truly are. And let me tell you, if they take birthright citizenship, we are fucked. That's the only thing that will not get us kicked out is that right there, the birthright. If they take that, we're screwed.
If it goes the way you're saying we're fucked, I just don't think it'll go that way. I gotta go. Thank you. That wasn't easy. That was not easy. So he will deport dead people. Well, now, Margaret, what she is saying, okay, let's take me, for example. I'm Gen X. My parents were baby boomers. My grandparents were silent generation. So I think my late grandma, 1918, somewhere around that, silent generation, 1918, something like that. Okay, so I don't even know what they call the generation before that, but my great single great grandmother would have been born in the late 1800s. I don't know exactly, but it would have been probably the 1880s, 1890s. So that person would have been born right after slavery, like immediately after slavery just ended, sharecropper era and things like that. But my great grandparents would have been born in the era of slavery. And I'm a descendant of slavery on both sides. All of my shit goes down to the South. My one side of my family is from Tennessee, the other side is from Mississippi. So all of it is from that era. What she was saying is that if Trump is able to reverse birthright citizenship, the 14th Amendment, he could retroactively go back and remove citizenship from all of those generations, or better yet, the first African American in my family to come over here, I guess, on the boats or whatever as a slave. That person was granted citizenship. They were slaves. They were granted citizenship. He would remove that. Therefore, it would be a domino effect. If you removed my great, however far back you want to go, I don't even know, but if you remove that person's citizenship, then that means all of the generations born after that don't have citizenship either. Because if you remove birthright citizenship, the only way you can be a citizen is that your parents have to be citizens. If your parents are not citizens of this country, neither are you. So if you remove the citizenship that the slave had, then that means all of the generations after them would officially no longer be citizens. And that would trickle down to me. That means my late grandmother, my late great grandmother, all of them would now be on record as having not been citizens. I don't believe Trump's going to be able to do that. I mean, that would literally kick out probably most African Americans in this country, if not all of them. That's what she's saying he's going to be able to do. I cannot imagine that happening. What an embarrassment to us and his family. Something bad boy, I think Marlo was saying. Ain't we getting a little ridiculous at this point? That sounds a little ridiculous, because that would also mean that what is his name? What is the guy that served under President Trump's HUD and development? He was on Trump's first term. Ben Carson, he would kick him out. Tim Scott would have to go. The Officer Tatum's, the Candace Owens, all of them would be victimized by that. I don't believe it. I don't believe that what she's saying is true. I don't believe that. I'm just gonna go on record and say I don't believe that. I believe that birthright citizenship is something that would be going forward, not going back, certainly not going back hundreds of years. Okay, birthright citizenship gets removed today, and you got some woman that just gave birth last week and she is not a citizen. Maybe they go after her kid, but going after my great grandparents, I don't think that's going to happen. I just don't believe that's going to happen. But she was serious that that's the way it would work. I don't believe that. And I'd be curious to see, I mean, I don't think the courts would agree to that. Nobody. I mean, that would literally, that would destroy the country at that point. I mean, and like I asked her, where are they going to send me? She said Nicaragua. Okay, don't know. But it is what it is. Anyway, looking in the comments, is that what he told you, or are you, I don't know. Ben Carson, Tim Scott, Candace Owens needs to be kicked out, says God. God to, well, I'm just simply saying that's what would happen if what my last caller was saying is true. I don't believe Trump would be able to do that. I don't think the courts would allow him to do that. Supreme Court, I don't think they would allow him to do something like that. Sotomayor, I mean, you got Supreme Court justices that would get kicked out. What is his name? Clarence Thomas would have to go. Sotomayor would have to go. So yeah, I don't think the Supreme Court would even uphold nothing like that, going all the way back like that. I don't see that. I don't see that happening whatsoever. King Finn. Good morning. Now we've actually crossed the midnight. You got called out, King. King, good morning.
You know what I gotta do? Hold on. You know, fuck it. I don't even care. Listen, man. You know what kills me about all of this shit that's going on right now? Y'all do recognize that this is nothing but a smoke screen. It's all a smoke screen.
Smoke screen for what? Smoke screen for what?
A smoke screen so he can continue on with his plan to fucking martial law this whole fucking nation, so that there is no motherfucking midterms and no more presidential elections. Understand, when he's saying he's going to remove birthright citizenship, actually, gangster amount would be right, because birthright citizenship basically afforded all the black people in this country to be citizens And if he removes that out of the 14th Amendment, then where the fuck are they going to go? He's running a prison to pipeline, a pipeline to prison, or a pipeline to another country prison.
So you believe Trump's goal is to, by one man alone, getting rid of all the black people in the country?
What else can you attribute to this? Please let me understand your thinking. You are seeing him doing exactly what he's fucking doing. Left and right, he's deporting fucking brown people. Left and right, he's deporting Somali people. Minnesota, again, has the largest population of Somalian people, or Somali people here, which, again, the population of Somali people in America itself is 200,000. So he's going after these
I'll explain to you what I think he's trying to do. I think that you and I are on the same road. We're just not at the same mile marker. I do believe that his policies are favorable to getting rid of black and brown people. I just don't think they're as wide and as encompassing as you and Gangsta Grandma are saying. For instance, the Somalians. A large portion of that population in Minnesota were born here. You're not going to be able to get rid of them.
No, 95% of them, to be exact. But that's not stopping ICE and federal motherfucking agents from pulling these people out of their jobs, out of the
But they're not being deported out of the country, Kingfish.
It don't matter where the fuck they going. Do you understand? Are you understanding? Once he pulls you, he can detain you until he feel like it. And it's against the fucking law. It doesn't matter how, if he deports them or not, to me. It is against
So you're telling me, what you're telling me is he's going to go to Minnesota, take American citizens and
go, Tim, he's here.
Okay.
The ICE agents and shit they've already been here for the last couple days. I've been seeing them here.
And you're telling me that if you got a US passport and can prove you're American, they're gonna hold you anyway.
They don't give a fuck. Go to my news feed right now. After we get off the show, go to my fucking news feed and look at the 19 to 20 fucking videos I've been posting for the last 2 to 3 days. I've seen this shit. They are here snatching people for no fucking reason.
And when they snatch you, they just gonna hold you indefinitely in some space? You're not gonna be released ever?
The last person that I seen get snatched, or excuse me, I'll say the first person I seen get snatched. I talked to his family. It has been 3 days since that young man has been home. That young man, young. I'm using the wrong term. He's not young. He's old as shit. He has gray orange hair in his fucking beard. This dude poses no threat to anybody. Just like that fake ass story they made up to try to fucking say that Minnesota, the Somali population in Minnesota was performing fraud on food stamps. Yeah. You stupid motherfuckers. If you fell for that shit, you are the bottom of the fucking barrel. No, they are not. Minnesota has had a surplus of tax funds for the last 2 to 3 fucking years. We pay way more into the welfare system than anybody gets out. And yet and still, the biggest population of people on SNAP in Minnesota are white people, not Somalian.
See, I'm under the impression that they are fucking with people, but I'm not under the impression that Americans are being deported.
Come on, dog.
I'm just saying.
What about the 10-year-old? What about the 10-year-old back in March of this year that got snatched up? She was an American citizen, and they sent her all the way to Honduras by herself. What about that, Tim?
Is that where the mom got deported and the mom didn't want to leave her kid behind or something like that?
No. This is a 10-year-old girl who was going to visit her family. She was either going to visit her family or going into a store. They snatched her and sent her to fucking Honduras. There's another one, not the woman that you're talking about, that didn't want to leave her baby, but there's another young lady who has citizenship papers. She's been here. She's only 19. She came to this country when she was 10. They snatched her up and sent her to a whole other country because she was visiting her family and she could not get back into Cali. They sent her to a whole other country. This little girl ain't never been nowhere but America, but California.
Was she an American?
That's it.
Is she an American citizen?
Yes, she was an American citizen. Yes. She was 10 years old when she came to this country. She was an American citizen. She has her papers. She has her passports. All of it. This shit ain't no joke no more, bruh. So while y'all while these MAGA is sitting on the sidelines, talking, oh yeah, good, get their ass out of here. Cool, good for you, right? But I believe,
this is where the difference between me and MAGA, Gangsta Grandma tries to say I'm MAGA or whatever. I'm ignorant to some of this stuff. Obviously, I'm not on the ground in Minnesota. I can only go by what the news and people like you are telling me. I'm ignorant. MAGA likes this. Either MAGA is okay with watching it happen and cheering it on, or seeing it on the news and saying that's what I voted for. I don't want this to happen. MAGA does. That's the difference.
Meanwhile, planning a fucking Cinco de Mayo motherfucking party. Ain't that a bitch? Secondly, to bring up, I guess, who the fuck brought my name up?
Gen X.
Yeah, because Gen X is a fucking roach, and I keep telling his fake Proud Boy ass to stay away from me. You don't want none of the places that I be going. He sound crazy, just like MAGA reacts when he open his fucking mouth. Same fucking thing. And Tim, I'm trying hard to understand why the fuck are you fluffing with this motherfucker. You sitting here, you gonna tell me that you're gonna believe that MAGA reacts is right when he says, oh yeah, that's definitely drugs right there. Can I ask you a dumbass question? The Coast Guard the Coast Guard for most countries are the ones who patrol those international waters, correct?
Okay, yeah. Not that far away. I mean, that's what I was telling MAGA reaction. He was saying it's our backyard. The Coast Guard is not patrolling off the coast of Venezuela.
Is there a Coast Guard? Is there a Coast Guard for most modern countries? The answer to that is yes.
Yes.
There are Coast Guards for every single one of those countries in that area. Yes, there is. So if those boats were open with drugs in them, why in the fuck do you think it would be that they would think that their mentality is, oh, we're just gonna leave the cargo hold open so everybody can see the fucking drugs? Are you fucking kidding me, Tim? Are you fucking kidding me? No, it makes more sense for the fucking space center to be able to see that it's drugs on them, it's D-rugs on the fucking boat. Are you fucking kidding me right now? You letting that motherfucker goat you on?
Well,
everything that dumb motherfucker say need to be struck out of his motherfucking mouth. No, that shit didn't make no motherfucking sense. And then again, how the fuck you gonna flip over a big ass boat like that with 4 damn near 1,000-pound fucking motors?
Well, I defended MAGA React's comment in regards to suggesting that those are not fishing boats. I do agree with him there, but you make a good point about exposing the drug. Look, I'm not a maritime kind of guy. I don't know a lot about boating life or being on the water, so there's only so much I can dispute. One thing I can dispute is a boat with 4 motors on it being flipped over by hand. I know that's not possible. Another thing I can dispute is blowing up a boat with a missile that has enough fuel on board to make a 1,800 mile journey is going to produce a hell of an explosion, and it's not going to be enough left to flip over. So some of it is just illogical.
No, it's not, because you're talking to MAGA. But here's where the shit thickens, right? International law generally prohibits attacks on vessels in international fucking water, MAGA. International law generally prohibits military attacks on vessels in international law unless justified by self-defense or other legal exceptions.
Well,
are you kidding?
With Trump deeming them as a terrorist outfit, that's going to be the way they're going to spin it to say it's self-defense.
No, it's not, because they're not. If that's the case, then why the fuck he ain't named KKK the T group? What about the Michigan militia? Because those are T groups here, right here in this fucking country. How about his own fucking administration? That's a terrorist group.
Complexion for the protection?
Exactly. But you want to sit up here and hee-ha-ha with fucking MAGA reactions, Jeremy, little weak ass. Why he's sitting there telling you this some complete bullshit. For me, look, here's another dumb question I got, right? Okay, so let's test this theory, right? This idiot said they got gas on the boats, and they're gonna take the boats to the next place so they can gas up. If they blew the boat up and the boat had gas on it, what would happen to the boat?
It would be disintegrated.
Right, from a $2.1 million missile that was dropped on their fucking heads, right?
Listen, I made it clear when I was talking. I made it clear when I was talking to MAGA Reacts that. Yeah, I made it clear when I was talking to MAGA Reacts. Some of this stuff is illogical. Either the boat is incapable of making 1,700 miles, or it is capable of making 1,700 miles, and hitting it with a missile, and there being enough of the boat left for you to think you could flip it over and continue the journey. It's just flat out illogical. Something they're saying is obviously not true. I made that clear when he was on here.
Okay, so we're gonna move past that because I'm trying not to be stressed out. I'm already very stressed out by this shit. So I looked up the number of court cases where where men are playing in women's sports. Do you know how many I came up with?
Shit, probably none.
In this whole country. Guess how many?
I've heard the right complain about it, but when like for instance, when there was an Olympics over in France or something, they were talking about some boxer that beat up, and even that person wasn't a full blown biological male. It is like one of my viewers said, 0.00006. It is exceptionally rare, even before the Biden Kamala Harris administration, to find a biological male playing against a female in women's sports. That is exceptional. It's probably up there with the lottery.
Transgender people make up 1% of the population of this whole fucking country. And instead of trying to figure out what the fuck he's supposed to be doing with his job, or these ignorant MAGA motherfuckers trying to figure out what the fuck they supposed to be doing with their lives, they want to continue to focus on what somebody else is doing in a motherfucking bedroom. I'm sorry, MAGA. I'm sorry, Jeremy. You have mommy problems, right? Is that the reason why you're so stuck up on men wanting to be women? But ain't it weird how the fuck they never say nothing about women wanting to be men? But they always got a problem about men wanting to be women. That's a huge motherfucking problem. Nobody say nothing about a young lady who's transitioning.
Because it's susceptible for women to make the change. Just like men are more problematic to gay males than they are to lesbians. It's always been men that step out of their sexuality that get challenged. People don't have you get an adult movie, there's usually lesbian activity on there. You don't want to see two gay dudes on there though. I mean, that's just the way it's always been.
I submit to you that is exactly what they want. And that's why they're mad. They're pissed off because they're not getting enough action. And they're so mad at the gay dudes who are okay, or the transgender men who are okay living their fucking truth because they can't live theirs. Yes, I did say that.
You saying that MAGA wants transgender people?
You're fucking right. So what else? What other thing could you say that if I told you they crashed Grindr at a fucking memorial for a dead man? They crashed it, and it's a location-based service, so we all know it was real.
Yeah, you talking about at Charlie Kirk's funeral?
Yes, I am. At the Klan rally, because it wasn't a funeral, it was a Klan rally. Motherfucking Klan rally, ain't no motherfucking funeral. Especially when you motherfuckers is out being nasty on Grindr. Nasty motherfuckers. Y'all supposed to be at a funeral and y'all looking up other dudes. What type of shit is that?
Well, the funeral's over and now you're horny.
Yeah, I guess so. You want a little boy to play with. Anyway, continuing on with that bullshit. What was the other bullshit that I heard some idiot talking about on here earlier? I can't remember what it was. I'm sure it's going to come to me after. No, we talked about birthright citizenship, didn't we?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just getting tired of seeing this shit, man. And I'm getting really tired of motherfuckers acting like it doesn't exist, man. It exists.
But you really believe what Gangsta Grandma said, where they're going to go back and terminate the citizenship for our ancestors all the way dating back to slavery?
You know, here's the problem that I have with that. I'm not 100% sure that they would do that, but the problem still occurs because if you make a change like that to the 14th Amendment of this country, then yes, there's an argument that can be brought to do that. See what I'm saying? It's not that they're going to instantly do it. It's the fact that if they do, someone can bring an argument to do that. How much harm is that going to cost? And people keep saying he's not going to do it. He's not going to do it. Well, we didn't think he was going to make a motherfucking travel ban. We didn't think he was going to deport millions of motherfucking people, including citizens, to this fucking country. We didn't think he was going to bring the National Guard to D.C. and the other places that he went. Did we? But didn't he do it?
Yeah. That's a good. I mean, I can't counter that. That is a good argument. We've been saying that Trump, including me, I've been getting hammered by liberals because I've been saying Trump is not going to do stuff that slowly keeps coming to reality. Mike has caught me in a few things where I did not think Trump would do that, and then when it happened, and MAGA has told me the whole way that you're fear mongering and you're watching too much CNN, saying that Trump is going to do something. But then the minute he does it, they change their response to, that's what I voted for. So it's like you didn't care about him doing it to begin with.
Because it's really weird to me that they are so phobic about every damn thing. But as soon as we find out Trump suck a dick, then gay people are cool now, right? As soon as we figured out that Trump was blowing Bubba, as soon as we figured that out, now it's okay to be, it's all right to be gay. But the whole time before that, oh, you gays are an abomination, right? Ain't that what you heard?
Well,
right.
We're not 100% sure that Trump has sucked dick. I mean, that's rumors.
Man, look, dog, I don't even care no more. The idea that there's an email that asks, do you have the picture is enough for me, right? Because he ain't out here giving these Somali people or these Mexican people a chance to prove their motherfucking idea or their citizenship here, is he? No.
So let me ask you, with you being on the ground in Minnesota, how bad is this going on right there in your area?
It's fucking horrible. They're in St. Paul. They're on the south side. They're literally pulling up to schools. They're pulling up to they're pulling up to the hospital. They're pulling up to the motherfucking to the daycares. They're pulling up everywhere, wherever the fuck they want to go, and pulling people out. And it's horrible because it's not even like they're doing it. They're not even doing it it's not like lawfully. Like when you see a policeman walk in or do a search or something like that, how you see on SUV or even in real life. I'm not saying all of them are like that, but why does it take 4 people to get one person when he's cooperating with you? Right?
Well, they're showing up deep.
Somali people, I'm going to be honest with you. Most of the Somali people are not over 200 pounds. So we're talking about some very small guys and some very small women that, barely speak the fucking language, but you snatching them out of wherever the fuck they at to do this to them. This shit looks horrible.
Well, I think the reason they're showing up so deep is just in case there is some resistance. They're showing up with intimidating type numbers. That's the goal, is to show up with enough people so you don't fucking resist.
But what they didn't suspect is that Mayor Fry and the mayor of St. Paul would tell them to fuck off, right? Because there's no longer any police protection for them. There's no longer any of that shit. We weren't doing it from the beginning, but we damn sure ain't helping their ass now. So when you walk into the South Side, ICE, be sure you know where the fuck you coming from. It's gonna be like last time. You're gonna need the Bearcat. Because them boys on the South Side don't play often.
But I'm gonna tell you something, King. Ever since this shit started happening, ever since Trump threatened Chicago, you had gangs on the old block talking about we carry switches and shit like that. Fact is, ICE is just running these people over. They might be talking about they gonna fight back, like you talking about the boys on the South Side. But they doing this stuff with little to no resistance. I mean, we had a couple of National Guardsmen get shot, but ICE is really acting with impunity.
Mm-hmm. If you say so. They went over there on the South Side today. They ain't take nobody today. I'm
gonna tell you something. When you talking about Trump as president, if something happens to ICE, you just gonna have 3-4 times as many of them in your neighborhood tomorrow. That's all. I mean, he gonna just, Trump don't mind defending his ego by putting more ICE in harm's way. He'll just send more of them to your neighborhood.
I'm sure he don't. He's too busy trying to cover up his Bubba sensation. His ideas with Bubba. So why wouldn't he?
I'm gonna leave that alone.
The White House. Did you see the blue tarp yet?
Oh no, I haven't looked that up. I remember you told me about that, the blue tarp on the White House.
Yeah.
I have not seen it though.
Go check for the blue tarp. It's there. Still there. We're gonna be waiting years because he don't got no plans. All he got is concepts.
Well, that is our guy. I gotta move it on, King. I'll be sure to give your regards to Gen X.
You ain't got to give shit to Gen X, Pizza Lover. None of these fucking one eye two motherfucking left shoe looking ass motherfuckers. They know me. You want some of me? Come get some, bitch. I'm here.
The king it is. King it is. Holla. Have a good evening. All right, looking in the comments here real quick, briefly. They ain't doing shit but running their mouth. Well, that's what people, listen, this is a country where everybody has the right to bear arms. And this is what I've been saying from day one, particularly to my beloved MAGA and folks on the right about this Second Amendment shit prevents tyranny. No, it fucking don't. Second Amendment does not prevent tyranny. If the government wants your ass, the government's going to get your ass. You think some of these folks don't have guns and shit like that? You're not going to take on a whole street full of lone guns in military outfits, and you know they can call in backup and get more people. It does not prevent tyranny. It doesn't. If you try to stop them by using firearms, it's just suicide. But to me, what they're doing is showing you that Second Amendment rights don't save you. You can't stop the fucking government. You can't. They started out doing it to the Hispanics. Now they're doing it to black people. And they're getting away with it. They're getting away with it. Taking over whole fucking apartment complexes and shit like that. They're getting away with it. And I think they'll continue getting away with it. And if they don't get away with it, then they'll just start killing people. I've never thought the Second Amendment protected you against tyranny. I mean, everything from slavery to Jim Crow to women's oppression, all of that shit was taking place while the Second Amendment was in existence. Didn't stop any of that stuff. You're not gonna stop tyranny with the Second Amendment. You're just not. If Trump starts deporting American citizens, as my last two callers stated, Second Amendment ain't gonna stop that either. You may have a few people that are willing to go out in a blaze of glory, but it ain't gonna stop it from happening. They'll just, if you take out a couple of them, they'll send 10 more tomorrow. And if you're gone, you're gone. If you survive, then they'll either come incarcerate you, whatever the case may be. But the whole process will continue. Second Amendment absolutely does not stop tyranny. Said it a million times. Anyhow, folks, I do appreciate the 117,000 likes. You guys are been rolling with me for this late evening live. It just gets more and more chaotic as the days are going on. We obviously have what's going on off the coast of Venezuela. We talked about that. Certainly been talking about birthright citizenship. And one thing I didn't talk about as much, we talked about it in the beginning of the show, but the individual that has been caught and confessed to placing pipe bombs near the site on January 6th. Thereby proving against all resistance that was an insurrection that day. Because they claim that you can't have an insurrection if there's no weapons. Well, he certainly had one. Anyhow, appreciate you guys tapping the screen, getting your boy on up to almost 120,000. Thank you, folks, for doing that. We will be on tomorrow. If you favor this type of open dialogue from all sides of the aisle, feel free to follow the program if you're watching on YouTube. If you're watching on TikTok, if you happen to be watching us right now on Facebook, give us a follow. And if you're watching on YouTube, subscribe to the program. Until then, you guys have a good night. I'll see you guys mañana. Take care and stay safe. I'm out. I think, the crazy thing is, okay, there we go.